Hello? अभी थोड़ा विलम्ब ले रहे हैं, वो अभी ऑन द वे हैं, तो उनको आने में भी 10 मिनट का समय है। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि इस क्षण में आप थोड़ा सा धैर्य रखें और इंतजार करें। धन्यवाद। बहुत स्वागत है सर। नमस्कार, आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन इनोवेशन एआई सॉल्यूशंस फॉर सस्टेनेबल सिटीज में मैं अपने गणमान्य अतिथियों से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे मंच पर आसीन हों। स्वर्गीय डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम जी ने कहा था, द फ्यूचर बिलोंग्स टू दोज हु कैन इमेजिन इट, डिजाइन इट एंड एग्जीक्यूट इट। और हमारे देश के सुनहरे सपनों में भविष्य के स्मार्ट सिटीज और ग्रीन सिटीज का निर्माण और आज के समय के इनोवेशन है एआई। तो आज का ये सम्मेलन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के माध्यम से सतत यानी कि सस्टेनेबल शहरों को विकसित करने की संभावनाओं और समाधानों को समझने की दिशा में एक कदम है। तो आइए कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हैं। आज बसंत पंचमी के इस पावन अवसर पर मां सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ हम दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ करेंगे। मैं माननीय श्री सतीश महाना जी, अध्यक्ष उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा, प्रोफेसर मनेंद्र अग्रवाल, निदेशक आईआईटी कानपुर, प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद त्रिपाठी, डीन कोटक स्कूल ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी एवं प्रोफेसर विनय कुमार पाठक जी, उप कुलपति छत्रपति साहू जी महाराज कानपुर विश्वविद्यालय से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे मंच पर पधारें और दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस कार्यक्रम का औपचारिक शुभारंभ करें। विश्वविद्यालय से जो आपने आज इस सरस्वती वंदना की प्रस्तुति हम सभी के सामने रखी, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। सरस्वती माँ से ये प्रार्थना है कि हमें ज्ञान और प्रगति की दिशा दिखाएं। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं अब सुश्री रचना से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे हमारे मुख्य अतिथि का पुष्प गुच्छ भेंट करके अभिनंदन करें। सुश्री रचना, आप लोगों की तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट बाहर तक जानी चाहिए। अब मैं सुश्री श्रुति से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे हमारे संस्थान के निदेशक प्रोफेसर मनिंद्र अग्रवाल जी का पुष्प गुच्छ से स्वागत करें। अब मैं सुश्री आकांक्षा से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे प्रोफेसर विनय कुमार पाठक, कुलपति छत्रपति साहू जी महाराज। अब मैं सुश्री सिंधु से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद त्रिपाठी, डीन कोटक स्कूल ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी। धन्यवाद आप सभी का। आप सभी के सहयोग से कार्यक्रम की उड़ान मुझे लगता है कुछ हद तक बहुत ऊंची उड़ के जाएगी। अब मैं अपने प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद त्रिपाठी जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर अपने विचार हम सभी से साझा करें। सर प्लीज।
Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Satish Mahana ji, Speaker of UP Legislative Assembly, Professor Manindra Agarwal, Director IT Kanpur, Professor Vinay Pathak, Vice Chancellor, Chhatrapati Shahu ji Maharaj University, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this important event of National Conference on Innovation AI Technologies for Sustainable Cities, which is organized jointly with IIT Kanpur, Indian University Associations and Chhatrapati Shahu ji Maharaj University. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you who have come from far and wide from the country. Especially, I extend a very warm welcome to our Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Guest, who could spare some time to grace the occasion. Now, at IIT Kanpur, the organizing body for this conference is Kotak School of Sustainability, which is a new initiative at IIT Kanpur that has started with the generous support of Kotak Bank. This is a unique initiative in the country, in the sense that we have tried to bring together the expertise which is available at IIT Kanpur in engineering and technology, sciences, humanities and management to contribute to the sustainability education, trans and interdisciplinary research, technology development that can be deployed at scale. It also envisions to initiate new academic programs by integrating new technologies such as AI with sustainability that can produce future leaders who are sustainability aware and climate ready. We are also working towards greening of curriculum of engineering colleges in the country, which is important from the point of view to take engineers or make engineers sustainability conscious and climate ready. A second related development is the establishment of first National Center of Excellence on Artificial Intelligence for Sustainable Cities by Government of India at IIT Kanpur. This Center of Excellence, which is incorporated as a Section 8 company named as Erawat Research Foundation, is working with academic partners several leading academic institutions in the country, as well as industries, to create and foster the AI technologies in the area of critical infrastructure monitoring, air quality monitoring, creating forecasting systems in the energy sector, as well as digital twins for urban mobility, and many such pressing problems of our cities. And idea is that if these technologies can be developed and then deployed across the cities, they can solve many problems which our citizens face on daily basis. So the conference is organized with an idea to bring together higher academic institutions, and I'm very pleased that at least 1.5 dozens of vice chancellors and 3 dozens of university leadership from different parts of the country are here today and as well as tomorrow for this 2 days long conference to deliberate on these important issues and to work collaboratively with industries and startups to contribute to these very, very important problems. For example, the problem of climate change and its effects on cities. So I hope that you will have a comfortable stay here at IIT Kanpur, and you also will have very illuminating and fruitful discussions tomorrow at the university campus. With that, I again welcome you all. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर, आपके विचार हमारे लिए प्रेरणादायक हैं। अब मैं हमारे संस्थान के निदेशक प्रोफेसर मनिंद्र अग्रवाल जी से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे इस विषय पर अपने विचार हमसे साझा करें।
Vice Chancellor of Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, Professor Chhatrapati, Dean Kodak School of Sustainability, Lord Vice Chancellor, other leaders of universities all over the country, the startups, founders who are present here, all the industry leaders who are here, and other leaders from various parts segments of the country. First of all, I welcome all of you to IIT Kanpur. It's a great event that's being organized jointly by IIT Kanpur and Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University. The very suitable topic of how to make our cities sustainable and using AI as a tool to create solutions which help us manage our cities. They are growing very rapidly, and there is a critical need to ensure that this growth is done in a sustainable way, because the resources we have in our world are finite. We have a very large population in the country, and as the prosperity grows, people need more resources, and therefore the management of resources becomes exceptionally critical. So with that being the theme of this workshop or event, I'm sure that with the help of our startup, our researchers and industry partners, we will be able to not only promote the existing solution, but also create many more new solutions. I should also mention here that the Government of India has taken, realizing this challenge, a major initiative last year of creating a Center of Excellence for application of AI for sustainable cities, which has been established at IIT Kanpur, and Professor Chhatrapati is leading that as well. And this center has very ambitious aims, and this workshop is the first step, I should say, towards achieving those aims. And I look forward to some excellent these words, I wish all great success and very energizing discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर, आपकी बातें हमको आगे भी एक नई दिशा देंगी। अब मैं प्रोफेसर विनय पाठक जी से, कुलपति कानपुर छत्रपति साहू जी महाराज कानपुर विश्वविद्यालय से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे आएं और अपना वक्तव्य दें।
Honorable Chief Guest of the event, Speaker of our Assembly. He is not the only speaker, but he is a person of wisdom, knowledge, and really wants to take, he takes anything. You know him from a very long time, largest serving member of Legislative Assembly, worked as a minister, industry minister, and all those things. Seen his journey through periods. A man who lives in construction is today the Speaker on Vasant Panchami and is Speaker of the Assembly, Honorable Shri Satish Maharaj. Padma Shri, Director of this institute, who speaks less and walks more, Professor Maninder Agarwal is a person, a mathematician, works with formulas and gives solutions, and also solved one of the open problems in the world, which is very difficult for a person in a lifetime. Our colleague and my friend Sachidananji, who took such a great initiative for the responsibility, Honorable Dr. Anil Saraswati, ladies and gentlemen and fellows. It was long back when I took as a president of AIU and when I have taken this University of CSJMU. We talked about the sustainability. The CSJMU has worked in sustainability for a long time. We save water, we save electricity, we work on a lot of ideas. So one day we spoke to Professor Sachidananji and I said that as a president of AIU, why not IIT, AIU and state universities come together and try to do and find out some solutions which will become more sustainable. Discussion went and Professor Sachidanand became ready and Manin sir also told us. We were in London and I requested Professor Anil Saraswati sir in London and he said he has given also ideas and I'm thankful he also came for us. So I want, please clap for him also. I think one important point which appears to me is the young generation which we have. The young generation is coming with new ideas. I think our young generation is more answerable and they are looking to the sustainable solutions much more than us. We may be at this juncture, maybe preaching and doing, but they are believing in actions. And that's why you see this new young generation of our country are trying to make new good startups, trying to innovate them and trying to innovate very fast in the solution. If you look to the patent which is filed in last 2 years, if you look to the solutions which the youth has given to this country and the world in last 3, 4, 5 years, it is remarkable and phenomenal. And one thing which is important, which I have found, these solutions are not coming only from IITs and IIMs. These are not coming from very apex institutions. These are coming from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. These are also coming from the people. Look to the satellite which was launched. Look to the new startups which is coming. Look to the new unicorns and unicorns which are coming. Look to the patent which have been filed in this country. They are also coming from this Tier 2, Tier 3 cities for this. And I think Professor Manin sir and we also associated as a university. I requested him and he is leveraging out IIT phenomena to the country in the form of these conferences, these solutions and these startups. Recently we had a very big program at IIT, Abhivakti, which sir has also launched with Mr. Deepu Philip, where we also try to bring a lot of startups also from the grassroots and also from the villages. I think today's conference which we are having, because at one place we have Professor Saraswati, at other place we have Professor Manita Agrawal ji, Sachidanand ji, and our speaker. This is the point with all kind of things. What I also feel is that India is lacking in productions. With China, they have about 28% production, we have about only 2%. This only doesn't mean that we don't know how to produce. But our father of nation has already told that in his last context that India doesn't need mass production. It needs production by masses. And once we are feeling that we should have production by masses, we as a young people have got technology, we are capable, plus world is seeing to India in the form that we are ethical people. We don't cheat. And that is our USP in the whole world. I think this is a high time when all of us join together and give our youth new kind of solutions. I visited China, I found they have made a lot of water cleaning robots. Then I came to my students, CSJU, small students, and I found that they can also make these kind of solutions. But they need some know-how, they need some technological backup, they need some hand-holding, and we can be more, I think, idea kind of a person, more getting solutions to these things. I think if we talk to the sustainability kind of thing, which we are looking into these things, Professor Sachidanand has called for ideas, and I think our team and their team has found some 60, 70, 80 people which have got new ideas, and we will pitch some new ideas where he is going to give some things in the Cottage School of Sustainability. He will, I think, 4 or 5 startups is going to fund. Professor Sachidanand, 4 to 5 startups. That's a good news from Cottage School of Sustainability. And I think a lot of startups which are also showing here, we are also thinking that in the universities to make them net zero campus, carbon emission, less carbon emission kind of a campus, and trying to attain their SDG goals. If you look to this previous world ranking from Uttar Pradesh, there are 2 universities who have also got the sustainability ranking. One is CSJB Kanpur, other is Lucknow. We are also participating in the sustainable rankings. We are talking about the sustainable ranking in all the universities Vice Chancellor's Conference. I will request all of you, whatever knowledge we have got at IITs and other things, we should leverage down to other state universities, state-driven institutions, Tier 2, Tier 3 institutions in the country, because collectively we can achieve not only on the apex kind of a thing. Second important thing which we have got an advantage as a university over IITs and IIM is we are multidisciplinary in nature and solving problems every time, either it is of sustainability or any social problem, only doesn't need technological solutions. It also needs social kind of a solution. Just like if you see the jams and all those things in the city. So this transportation problem is not a technical problem, because if you will make more bridges and if a person buys more vehicles, then your bridge will fall down. So these are also social problems where we have to think what we need, are we collecting more than what we need in the life? And if you collect more, no technological solution will ever solve your problem. So any solution which has to be solved in this country or in these things, and that is in the ethos of this country, that you have to think socially, you have to think locally, you have to think globally. And that's why this country thought of Vastudyo Kutumbakam and Sarve Santu Niramaya when we think of this. I will request the Honorable Speaker also to take this sustainable solutions, sustainability AI solutions to the state. I requested when I was traveling with him that because he holds a lot of meetings beyond it, because we think that the speaker only does solve the fighting of opposition and other things. He is not a person of that.
वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, एंड जिन्होंने इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, क्या हम उनके साथ डायलॉग नहीं कर सकते, क्या उनके साथ संवाद नहीं बना सकते? सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट मैं इस बात को मानता हूँ when I am the Speaker of the House now, I'm already for more than 35 years, back to back, 8th time I have been elected from my constituency in Kanpur. So I thought that this perception is creating problem for the people at large. क्योंकि जिन्होंने उसको implement करना है, we have left them out. It is not that illiterate people are there, it's not that all booms are there. Most of the people, those who are being elected now, they are very illiterate. I say this thing within this type of elite class. There are two reasons why I mention this thing. Out of 403 MLAs in my assembly I am saying because I am the Speaker of the House, otherwise it is the assembly of 24 crore people of the state. It is not only my people, it is assemblies for the people of the state. Of the 403 members, those who are representing different constituencies across the state now, I have 18 doctors, those who are qualified doctors, MBBS, MDs, MS. I am having 17 management people, MBA, BCA. I am having 15 technically qualified look, MTech, BTech. I am having 15 doctorate people, who are the PhDs also. I have 85 law graduates. And from the different sections of the society, whether it is agriculture, whether it is business, so those people also are represented there. As Mr. Pathak has said, for the last 3 years, I am organizing these type of debates within the MLAs outside the house. This AI solutions, because when we go to the CPA conference across the world, you most of the people that know that we have CPA, we are a member of CPA countries now. When we go there, we have different type of discussions, different type of topics, workshops also. So all those workshops we had organized this year, in 2024, we went to Sydney. Different countries are being, in the different years we go there. So the topics we discuss there. Most of the time the speakers or the dignitaries, those who go there, they come and whatever is being discussed, that is within the files only and it finishes there. I started discussing those topics in different groups within the MLAs of my assembly. And I tell you, this gave a so strong message within them. That is that we have to feel them responsible also. We have to feel them involved also. I'm sorry, I'm not, I don't know much about the technical issues of AI, but I know the repercussion, how we can use it, how it can be helpful to the city, how it can be helpful to the state. Every man can. Whatever is being done, whatever the researches are being done, ultimately it ends and it is for the people of this country. तो जब उनके लिए है तो वहां तक पहुंचे कैसे और उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट कैसे? मैं इस बात के लिए जरूर मैं ये कहूँगा क्योंकि उनको छोड़ देते जिन्होंने इम्प्लीमेंट करना। जब उनको छोड़ देंगे तो जो कुछ हम करेंगे तो वो वहां तक तेजी से जाएगा कैसे? इस बात के लिए हम सब लोगों को सोचने की आवश्यकता है। आज यहाँ पर जिसमें AI से सॉल्यूशंस के साथ जिस तरह वी नो दैट बहुत सारे देशों में हम लोगों ने बहुत पहले से कभी सुना हुआ था। अब नाउ ट्रैवलिंग अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड इज वेरी सिंपल थिंग फॉर एनी ऑफ अस। एक जमाने में हुआ करता था कोई विदेश जाता था तो बड़ी बात होती थी। अब इट इज वर्ल्ड इज वेरी स्मॉल। Each and every day we find some other people. Many times we travel there. तो वो एक पता लगा था कि जहाँ पर ट्रैफिक कम होगा वहाँ पर लाइट कितनी देर ट्रैफिक को रोकना है क्या करना है। अभी हम देख रहे हैं कुंभ में AI सॉल्यूशंस के द्वारा हम देख सकते हैं कि कितने लोग कहाँ पर हैं, उसका मैनेजमेंट कैसे करना है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली एन इंसिडेंट हैपेंड, दैट इज डिफरेंट थिंग, बट इट इज बीइंग मैनेज्ड देयर। एनर्जी की बात हो रही है, पोल्यूशन की बात हो रही है। As Mr. Pathak has said, what we are supposed to get it, we are trying to get more than what we are. हम अपनी जरूरतों से ज्यादा अपनी इच्छा पूर्ति की तरफ लगे और इच्छा पूर्ति कभी भी समाज में नहीं हो। सब कुछ अपने लिए इकट्ठा कर लेना चाहिए। ये सोचते हैं कि कहीं कुछ खत्म ना हो जाए। प्रकृति ने जो सबके लिए दिया बराबर से दिया, वो कभी खत्म होने वाला नहीं है। पेशेंस चाहिए और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि वी हैव लॉस्ट पेशेंस। सबसे बड़ी बात हमारे को पेशेंस नहीं है, वी कांट वेट फॉर एनीथिंग। हम एक अगर हमारी ट्रैफिक में लाइन रुकी हुई है तो हम चाहते हैं कि तोड़ कर दूसरी जगह पे चले, ये नहीं मानो कि आगे फंस जाएंगे और दे हो जाएंगे। शॉर्टकट सॉल्यूशंस के लिए हम अपने लिए बड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। तो ये सारे का सारा है कि जो कुछ व्हाटएवर वी आर डूइंग, व्हाटएवर AI डेली विद The other day when Kanpur University gave me the degree for PhD in the university in the presence of Honorable Governor there, तो मैंने वहाँ पर इस बात को कहा कि हमारे को करना क्या है, हम ये तो सोचें, हम जो कुछ भी बोलते हैं, हम जो कुछ भी करते हैं, हम जो कुछ भी करने का प्रयास करते हैं, अल्टीमेटली इट इज फॉर द पीपल, और उसके लिए हम सब लोगों को सब आगे आना पड़ेगा। हम लोगों को सब समाज का सिस्टम का ऑनर रिस्पेक्ट करनी पड़ेगी। मैंने अभी जैसे मैं आपको बोल रहा था कि ये इस टाइप के लोग हमारे पास पढ़े लिखे हैं, तो मैं टू रीजंस बिहाइंड इट व्हाई आई से दिस थिंग इन मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल वेयर आई फाइंड दैट दे कैन अंडरस्टैंड आल्सो। एक तो ये है कि द परसेप्शन व्हिच हैज बीन मेड फॉर डिकेड्स दैट इज नॉट राइट। दूसरा, मैं इसलिए भी इस बात को बताता हूँ कि इतने इंजीनियर्स, इतने डॉक्टर, इतने PhD हैं आप लोगों के बीच में, इसलिए बताता हूँ कि अच्छे लोगों को भी राजनीति में आना चाहिए, आपको भी राजनीति में आना चाहिए, तभी हम उसके आप आएंगे तभी तो होगा। It is not due to the bad people we are being governed by. It is by the good people. They don't take interest. कौन लेगा भाई? एक सिस्टम के अंतर्गत, डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम के अंतर्गत हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जो हमारे को कहता है, वर्ल्ड वाइड में जिसमें हम डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हैं, who are the people those are coming? तो इसलिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, if not, we can start something. First, our campus, as Shri Vinay Pathak has said, that Kanpur University campus is green campus now. Definitely, IIT must be. IIT being in Kanpur, I'm sorry to say that, but sometimes I feel that IIT being the most prestigious institution among the world, being in Kanpur, and Kanpur is not developed, so are we both not responsible for it? Are we both not responsible? So now when Professor Manindra Agrawal is there, who has shown his skills and worldwide he is renowned, so I would like to request him if he can. I know that you're involved in very big things, but if you can depute some of the students also, your faculty also, those who can arrange this type of workshop with you. And I would like to request you that if you can depute few of your members, few of your professors, so I can hold a workshop for MLAs also there in the assembly. If you can do that, I'll be happy to do that. It has to be done there. I'm sorry, but it has to be. But who are the people those are going to implement it? Once and again, I am reminding. So I would be thankful to IIT Kanpur, Kotak Solutions also. Professor Manindra Agrawal has told me how important Kotak Solutions or Kotak, you are providing this type of fund and more technologies and new innovations also you are helping them to do that. So definitely, being a citizen of Kanpur, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chidanji, and I would like to thank each and everyone who have come across from the country present here, Professor today, and many more. I was just going through the faculty those who are here. तो मैंने सोचा कि पढ़े लिखे लोगों में मेरे जैसे लोगों की अगर जरूरत है, तो इसका मतलब जमीन पर उसकी जरूरत है। मैं सबसे जमीन वाला हूँ। I would like to thank you that time is very limited. I was seeing this program. I have been allocated 5 minutes, but I think that I've gone beyond that also. I'm sorry for that. But still, I would like to thank Professor Manindra Agrawal and all the distinguished members over here with the request that whatever we are doing, we can be in touch and we can make it move forward to reach to common man of the people. Because unless they are aware of it, we can find the solutions. The AI is there, everybody knows that. But who is there to implement it? So I would like to request that, I would like to thank you, sir, that you have invited me. And much of these days technology is so fast that each and everyone knows what AI solutions can do for the city, what AI solutions can do for the common man. in each and every field, whether it is not only for the cities, only for the people who are in villages, agriculture, environment, water, energy, air, all these types of issues can be made. Once again, thank you very much, and once again, thank you, Professor Mani, for calling me. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद सर। मैं दावे से कह सकती हूँ कि आपके विचारों से हमें नई ऊर्जा मिली है। आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए इनोवेशन के साथ साथ आपके विचारों और दिशा निर्देश की परम आवश्यकता है। मैं अपने सहयोगियों से अब अनुरोध करूंगी, वैशाली और स्नेहा, कि वे स्टेज पर आएं और हमारे अतिथियों का मोमेंटो देके धन्यवाद करें। वैशाली और स्नेहा, तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट। धन्यवाद वैशाली और स्नेहा। अब समय है इस महत्वपूर्ण पल को यादों में कैद करने का। मैं अपने सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे हॉल में फोटो के लिए प्रस्थान करें। साथ ही साथ ये समय है एक छोटे से टी ब्रेक का। हम आपसे पुनः मिलेंगे 11:30 पे।
Yeah, requesting all to be present for the group photography, which will be held just outside. Yeah, and enjoy the tea break. Yeah. Requesting students, please just stay back. Please make arrangement outside for photograph. Otherwise, it will be a bit rush there. Requesting students to just stay back. Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello.
त्रिपाठी जी से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे आएं और हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर के शख्सियत के बारे में हमें कुछ बताएं।
It gives me immense pleasure to have Professor Anil Sasbudhe amongst us to give the first keynote lecture of this conference. Of course, Dr. Sasbudhe needs no introduction, but still it's customary that I should introduce him. Dr. Anil Sasbudhe, Chairman of the National Board of Accreditation, is a distinguished leader in education reform. He has spearheaded transformative initiatives in academic development, entrepreneurship, research and governance, shaping India's technical education landscape. As a key architect of reforms at AICTE, which is All India Council of Technical Education, he introduced student induction programs, faculty certification, Swayam, India's first MOOC platform and innovation-driven hackathons. A fellow of ISTE, IE, IET and INAE, which is Indian National Academy of Engineering, Dr. Sasbudhe has received numerous accolades, including the Mahatma Gandhi Leadership Award and Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar. He has been continuing his mission to enhance education through technology and policy innovation. Dr. Sasbudhe.
Sabhi namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. I am thankful to Professor Chhatrapati ji for inviting me here on this very important workshop of 2 days duration on innovative AI solutions for sustainable cities. Also my friend Dr. Vinay Pathak, who has been associated with various universities, and in the audience we have very eminent people, Dr. Saini, Dr. Pant, directors from IIT, vice chancellors, and also students from both IIT Kanpur and the university, who are all here for listening to various topics of what is this sustainable cities all about, and what is AI, and what kind of solutions are possible. I was also given to understand that there are several startups who have also been attending this session. So it's a very important initiative taken by Professor Chhatrapati in the support of the director of IIT Kanpur. So I thank all of you for starting such a dialogue. It's a very important thing. As far as innovative solutions to the sustainability is concerned, I'm dividing the title itself into 4 parts. Each one of them is significant and important, connected with each other, and that's how we are going to create those solutions. First thing is about innovativeness, or what is this innovation all about. Next comes the artificial intelligence. What is AI, and what solutions or applications are possible using AI? Then comes the sustainable or sustainability as enunciated by Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and our commitment as a nation to sustainability in terms of whether it is energy, whether it is in terms of biogas, whether it is in terms of hydrogen energy, or whether it is in terms of net zero carbon, and how we create planet Earth to be a good planet for living conditions, which our Honorable Prime Minister in the form of what is known as life mission has enunciated. So we will try to understand those facets as well. And then comes the cities. We have metro cities, mega cities, smart cities, and of course large towns, who all are directly or indirectly coming under the domain of what we call as cities. So these 4 ingredients, and where are we today in terms of each one of them as a nation, as an educational institution, or as a society? We will try to dissect that first before getting into the brass tacks. So let me come to innovation. Quite often this word innovation is used in our common parlance, so we should understand what is innovation all about. There is a slight distinction between innovation and research. So IIT Kanpur or IIT Bangalore who are spearheading this center are certainly centers of excellence for research and find out new phenomena and then publish papers. Some of them also get converted into patents. But innovation is slightly different from that in terms of all existing knowledge which is accessible to us, how do we make use of it, treat with it, and in a way make use of that knowledge in order to create solutions which may be slightly incremental. Something may be already in existence, how do I make that process more efficient? How do I make it accessible and useful to larger community good? These are some of the issues which an innovative solution can take care of. It may not be a completely new altogether phenomenon invented or researched, but it could be a small tweaking. And many a times, this comes from largely the difficulties. When we face challenges, when we face problem, when we face difficulty, we have no choice but to somehow come out of that, and that's where innovation takes place. So I'm talking about few very interesting initiatives in government of India for a long time, which have created such solutions. And one very famous word which has come into the even Oxford and Cambridge dictionary is called a jugaad, which we have heard quite often, that those who are probably not even educated, we are all highly educated, some of us masters, degree holders, PhD degree holders and all of that. Whereas people who have dropped out from school, maybe 6th standard, 8th standard, or at most 10th standard, never went into higher education, worked in the agriculture field, worked as a mechanic in an automobile garage on the street, and they find out some kind of difficulty in their day-to-day lives and innovate and find solution, and we call it as jugaad. And to celebrate their successes, what is known as National Innovation Foundation was created more than about 15 years ago, thanks to Professor Anil Gupta of IIM Ahmedabad, and then Dr. Mashelkar, whom we all know that who fought the battle for Neem and Haldi and all of that, for patents. They started this innovation movement for the grassroots people, for identifying such people and then celebrating their success by bringing them to the mainstream, giving them support, including doing patents, and finally getting them awarded at the Chhatrapati. Can you imagine a 6th, 7th standard student who has nothing in life other than having done some small innovation, getting prize at the hands of Dr. Abdul Kalam from the Chhatrapati Bhavan portals, and that created a great zeal of interest among such people. And there has been what is known as Shahu yatras to find out innovations across the nooks and corners of the country, especially in the rural areas, tribal areas, mountainous areas, because they are the people who suffer a lot from the difficulties that they face, and they would have found out solutions. And they are very interesting solutions. If time permits, if you ask a question, some of them I will deal with them. There are more than 600 patents filed in the names of such grassroots innovators by National Innovation Foundation, which is headquartered in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Then we also had Niti Aayog after 2014, when Niti Aayog was created, Atal Innovation Mission. We are all aware of Atal Innovation Mission, through which there is also a set of schools who got funding for creating Atal Tinkering Labs. We are more than 10,000 in number. This budget, it was announced that it will be increased to 50,000 schools. Some kind of a equipment which is useful for hands-on training, and then schools, children, at the age of 7th, 8th, if they are able to create innovative ideas, converted into products and processes, India will become further innovative. So that is another area which was started. Atal Innovation Mission itself has a lot of incubators set up. Prior to that, of course, DST was funding incubators. Now, Atal Innovation Mission also supports setting up of such kind of what we call incubation support. IIT Madras started what is known as a research park. It's a journey of again more than 15-16 years. Very great success. Not a single penny from the government, but by taking loan from the bank, a Section 8 company creating a huge infrastructure. Now it is spread into 4-5 very large multi-storied buildings. Thousands of startups and companies are working from there. And Government of India subsequently decided that if they have done on their own, we will also support other IITs. So many IITs have been receiving funding for creating research park in their campus. IIT Kanpur has one, IIT Bombay, similarly many others. They were doing some kind of incubation, no doubt, but to accelerate the process, few things have been done. Then we also have, where I worked as a chairman AICT for about 7.5 years, and prior to that, my experience in what is known as Nerist in Arunachal Pradesh, where I started my career in 1986 to 95, then in IIT Guwahati from 95 onwards till my retirement. But on deputation, I had gone to College of Engineering, Pune as well. A state government college, very small one, but nevertheless, there is a lot of innovative spirit that existed on the school. Thanks to not just academics. Academics is one thing, certainly important. Along with that, how variety of other activities empower innovation. Be it the robotics club or astronomy club or some kind of technology clubs, Baha'i, SAE competitions where you do a lot of innovation in four-wheeler vehicle design and then running it in what is known as a race in indoor on a very difficult track, some of those kind of things. Apart from that, a boat club where regatta is held, there is sort of collaboration between students, whether it is in sports, cultural activity, all of that creates innovative spirit. So institutions of excellence are not meant only for academics, but also for a variety of all other activities. More the number of clubs or societies that the institution has, more the innovation that happens in that institution. And that is very, very significant, which is observed over a period of time. And therefore, to support all of that, in AICT, we started what is known as Innovation Council for all colleges and universities. Now there are more than 4,000-5,000 colleges and universities. We spread to even schools, innovation ambassadors, all of that, and also a very novel initiative of conducting Smart India Hackathons. Some of you who are associated with engineering are aware that for the last 7 years, the number of Smart India Hackathon has created startups is amazing. They might also get multiple jobs. The kind of requirement of the industry being satisfied in terms of team building, working in team, leadership, communication skills, use of technology, solving a problem, after understanding it, its nuances. So all of that has created an ecosystem which has catapulted our National Global Innovation Index, which about 8 years ago was at 81st position to today 39th position. So 81 to 39 is a long jump. Of course, not single stroke over a period of 8 years. That means every year we have been increasing our ranking by 2 ranks, 3 ranks, sometimes 8 ranks, sometimes only 1 rank. It doesn't matter. But we have not stepped down. We have been continuously going higher in the hierarchy of the ranking. Now that makes the two different segments connecting the dots. On one side, we have uneducated people creating innovation, which I said as jugaad. On the other extreme, we have higher education institutions where startups are getting created, a lot of innovative activities are happening. And these two together, we have come to 81st position to 39th position. So if we accelerate this process, so if we have all the strength that we have in our youngsters, even in the inaugural session, whether it is Minister, whether it is Dr. Navindra Agarwal, whether it is our friend Suchinder, all of them spoke about how India has the tier 2, tier 3 cities where fire in the belly is there. It's only the transformation, the support, with mentoring, advice, guidance, and not becoming a roadblock, rather build bridges. If you do that, this 39 is going to become soon within top 10. I have no doubts about it. In the next 5-6 years, we should be catapulting ourselves higher and higher. And that's why one very important word, innovation, in this particular workshop. We have all the strengths that we need be. Only thing is, we need to keep supporting at all levels, whether it is from the government, whether it is from the society, whether it is from school, whether it is from the college, whether it is from the university. This is first part. The second part, which has taken the whole society, the educational institute, the governments of the world, United Nations, all the countries who are developing, is the word artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning. Artificial intelligence, or what we call as some kind of expert systems, did exist from the 1950s. It is the neural networks which we worked on in mathematics and engineering. And by giving input data and knowing the output, how do we connect them through the neurons and then find out innovative solutions, has been in place for a long time. But the kind of capability that we all had in terms of computing power, in terms of the data storage power, was all limited. And therefore, it did not go to the extent that we all talk about today. We all know that what was supercomputer or high-end computer. First one was in IIT Kanpur, by the way. Then it came to IIC Bangalore. We had IBM machine or some supercomputer which people were vying with each other, coming in queue, standing there to get the slot for editing their software. From that era, with such high computing power, which we talked about during those days, and then finally, when there were sanctions, we created our own Param computer, which is a parallel computing architecture, to today's our mobile computing power probably is higher than that of what then supercomputer used to be. So all that has helped us in making use of this tool, or what we call as artificial intelligence. And then there are various versions from different companies. They are all coming up, whether it is ChatGPT, OpenAI, large language models. There are translation tools to translate content from one language into other language, to understand that, to speak in that language, but still understand in another language. There are huge data sets which are being created and used. But with all of that, one challenge which today in this world we are facing, I don't want to mention the names of the countries or names of the individuals who are trying to create social media impact on the even lifestyles or voting patterns, and all of that is possible if there are biases which are built into the system and being fed to. And therefore, we have to be on the one side aware of the consequences and challenges that exist because of such biased data, which is sometimes used for creating the artificial intelligence-based applications. But what is more important ultimately is that what all AI does, which is all based on prior learning, or what information, knowledge already exists in terms of what I said for doing innovation. We have lots of research which has been carried out for last several thousands of years. I'm saying thousands of years specifically in the context that we all assume that the science and technology has all come from the West in the last 200, 300 years thanks to Industrial Revolution. But it is not the case. In India, we had the very robust Indian knowledge systems, Bharatiya Dhyana Parampara, the Rishis and sages, saints who sat in meditation for a long time and then understood the nuances, whether it is physical body or the mental space, or in terms of even astronomy. And maybe that time there were no telescopes, but still all the variety of things what today's astronomy through the radio telescopes are able to do were depicted in our scriptures. So there was some other way of learning or thinking, and the best example could be in terms of the entire technology development, which was there, whether it is temple architecture, town planning, water resource harvesting. We have seen all of that existed several thousands years ago. maybe at least 5,000-6,000 years of history shows that. So that being the case, whether that learning, prior knowledge, how effectively can be put to use by using right mathematical models, which in turn will have data sets which are not biased and give an input to the system, and thereby we get some solution out of it, which is very useful. And that is one part of the story of using AI. But at the same time, AI does not have a mind of its own. We are talking about creating human-like robots who will be able to even have all kind of feelings which human beings have, but it's a far cry. So still, in terms of values, in terms of ethics, in terms of morals, in terms of integrity, in terms of humane nature, in terms of empathy, I don't think a machine can have all of these features. Only whatever training we give, it will observe that and then probably follow it methodically. So there is an advantage of that, but at the same time we should understand the limitations and what all we need to do with that. Then as far as regulatory bodies are concerned, through BBC or AICT, there have been degree programs. IIT started with IIT Hyderabad was the first one to start a course on AI data science. Also IIT Madras in an open way in terms of what we call not necessarily going to the campus, but thousands of students who other would be aspiring to become data scientists. There is a course which is in online mode now. Many other IITs, including Kanpur and Bombay, are thinking about providing courses on AI. And AICT has approved several courses of AI, ML, AI, data science, both bachelor's degree and postgraduate. Today itself, I was reading on X alumnus who says that we don't depend on your 4-year engineering degrees. What we need is one who has already been aware of how to use the technology, more important for us, rather than the paper degrees. And that is what is being spoken about. So I think there is a huge requirement of understanding AI, both from the perspective of degree program, postgraduate program, PhD, research in that area is also very important. Although whatever other master says is not right, we have to have a holistic view of all of this, and therefore these are all required. But at the same time, large number of people to be skilled in order that they will be making use of all of this is also equally important. Therefore, certificate programs of shorter duration. We had a very interesting program in the ICT when startups came forward and said that they have developed a tool for learning Python or for learning some very difficult subject in engineering or in psychology or economics. We always used to say that being a regulatory body, we can't know the C of your product, and therefore, can you give free of cost? Startups are struggling to sustain themselves. How can they give free? Microsoft can give, Infosys can give, Tata Consultancy Services can give through their either CSR or otherwise also. But startups have to survive. So we created a tool called National Educational Alliance for Technology, where any individual or a startup can pitch for their product, and if they are good products, through 4-stage processing, we identify those and then we advocate that product. And the price is fixed by them. We don't come into negotiation on the price. If people are interested, they will take it, otherwise not. We don't force upon any institution to adopt any one of them, but we still make awareness, and important thing is do provide that opportunity to those companies to go to the colleges, universities and schools to provide what all their tool is able to do. So that is one area of how do we do it. We also started an internship program, because every industry was saying that our students are a lot of having theoretical knowledge, but when it comes to practice, hands-on, they are very weak and poor. So we have an internship portal which is also using AI, which is using AI for matchmaking. A student's interest in a particular domain, particular location, where in summer the student wants to spend 2 months of time, and industry's requirements, their qualification requirements, their prior learning requirements, and all this biodata of students and the requirement of the company being done matchmaking out of several lakhs of students who may be having basic knowledge, specialized thing was matching with only 100. And the industry will then easily be able to appropriately take them on board for internship. So I think these are all possibilities of AI using deep learning to. But as far as the deep learning and the corresponding things are concerned, the infrastructure is the key. And a couple of days back when the budget was announced about our vision for AI and all, many companies of the world, US and China, said that India can never match us. The reason being one of the most powerful machines of computing. We have ordered, but it is going to take 3 years' time. The order for GPUs placed are going to take next 2 years. So by that time, they would have gone far, far ahead. So I think the real challenge is immediate getting of those graphical processing units of NVIDIA so that our large language models can be trained very well. Our data sets are used, our data sets, because many times data sets are of that of the European or American countries, not useful for our nation. So in the opening remarks also, we talked about globalized solutions, but local needs are also to be taken care of. I think that's why deep learning is important. Our syllabus in CBSE and NCERT has created already AI for the school children. So we have started in a big way in terms of creating awareness and what we call as the transmission of knowledge in AI at the school level to college and university level. Large number of startups have also come up in this area. As I said, ChatGPT-like things have been developed by GPT also. And there are many applications in very major areas which are connected with today's topic is about education, healthcare, transportation, the mobility, agriculture, energy, governance, and I talked about internships. All of that is all linked together. And our preparedness is fairly good in terms of knowledge, but we still lack in terms of infrastructure and commitment to transform our knowledge into applications and create world-class models. We do some tinkering here and there, but we have to go to the same level as what American or Chinese companies have been able to do, and that intervention is required. Next comes the word sustainability. We all understand sustainable development goals and the basic needs of the human being. In today's morning session, both speakers mentioned about it. We have enough on this planet for our needs, but not even for one person's greed. If you want to take the whole planet into your pocket, not possible. The whole world has to be satisfied. So basic needs of the mankind and the planet Earth itself. We are seeing the change. Yesterday itself when we were discussing this month of the year, Kanpur used to be so cold that without a couple of overcoats we were not able to walk around in the evening or early morning. Today we feel warm. We require AC also in the winter season. That is the climate change which is visible. Ocean levels are rising. All Iceland, etc., melting. The Himalayas ice is melting. Temperature rise. All of that is creating huge issues on the climate. And therefore, our sustainability goals must be food for all. Everyone should get hygienic, good quality food so that they should not suffer not just hunger but also in terms of vitamins and all the requirements of the body is also important. Then comes the shelter. When we come to the next slide about cities, there is gravitating of people from villages to the cities. And therefore, almost in all cities, there are large pockets of the geography of the city occupied by the slums. And when we go around, we close our eyes, ears and eyes. We don't want to see that. We don't want to smell the bad foul smell coming from that region. Who are the responsible people who created this kind of city? So therefore, some introspection on terms of how do we provide shelter to those who are trying to come labor from village areas to the cities, and how many of them should come. Is there a limit on the city's capacity? All of these things are also important, which are relevant to today's topic. Then in terms of water availability, many cities suffer even drinking water. I am aware of one of my own hometown, Hubli, where water used to come in the tap water only once in 2 days or 3 So you have to store water for the next 3 days. That being the case in some of the cities may have the luxury of getting 24/7 water. So how we can provide potable, good quality drinking water to every citizen, every household is also a very important addressing issue. Then energy is again variety of types. We will come to that later. Electricity to all, internet to all, roads in almost all the nooks and corners, transportation system, we will come to that also again in detail. Waste collection and disposal, whether it is sewage, whether it is all other type of waste, including plastic waste. First of all, not to be created, and whatever is created is to be collected and recycled. The habitat is going beyond cities, also how we protect our forests, species, our culture, our diversity. These are all sustainability issues. Some of the finest cultures are dying now. Civilizations have died. Only our civilization has a continuity. How do we protect it? These are all sustainability issues, including languages. Several languages are going off. There are hardly any population speaking those languages. So protection of languages. This is all part of sustainability. Larger, goal of that. Then very fundamental principle which Mahatma Gandhi also said, Ram Swaraj also said, and many others, Jyoti Nayak in his education philosophy, is sustainability means, first of all, less use. As much as less I can use, I should use. Don't be proud that I have got 100 shirts and pants and 2,000 saris. Not going to be very, very, at least perspective. But whatever is required, we need 3-4 certainly dresses for change and all of that. And also few saris certainly for festivals and all that. But can we restrict ourselves to that? What is less use? The next one is reuse. Many times some component in some object, some equipment goes bad. It is not that the entire machine to be thrown out. I'll give a concrete, very interesting example of one of the startups created by an IIT Bombay mechanical engineering graduate in Pune, and he was looking at all the expired patents worldwide, and then looking at them, especially the pumps, the valves, and those which are required for large-scale chemical plants, hydroelectric plants, and many a times those companies who manufactured those pumps and valves originally, they would have stopped manufacturing, they would have moved on to have some other product. And the entire plant comes to a standstill because of the non-availability of one small valve or pump, because of non-functioning of it. Can we reuse it? Can we repair it? Can we produce a new valve and replace it with the same material and the same design? That is possible if you know that original patent, and if it is expired, you are not violating any right, and then you can do reverse engineering, find out what was there inside that, and can create it. So that is one area where people can certainly do recycling. Most of the things like paper or plastic or many of the items which we use day to day, not functional, can be put to recycle and then reuse them. So I think these 3 principles are also important when we talk about sustainability. Then the most important part is the culture, the attitude of people around. And therefore habit formation, whether it is at family level, school level, university level, society level, government, laws, all of them required to be tweaked, make awareness. Only then we can make use of sustainability as a real tool for making this planet a better place to live in. Now, how did, when we were talking about cities, also the reference was there to villages in the morning. So why did cities form? How did they form? We go into the human history from the nomadic human being, Homo sapiens, from the original monkeys to Homo sapiens, then we started roaming around, we are called as nomadic. And we started settling down because of 2 things. One is water and agriculture. And that's how settlements have happened. And therefore, if you look at all the human race, they started on the riverfront or the seas or lakes. Water was most essential item of commodity for formation of the living together as a society. And that's the starting point. But it was in small places, villages, mountains, wherever that was possible was happening. Beyond that, gradually, when we started growing, the cities started getting better. The earliest cities are all about 1,000, 1,500 years old. And then when industrial revolution took place in the 17th, 18th century, we have seen large industries coming up in metro areas or cities, what we call in therefore, in order to get people to do the job, you require people and therefore they were called in. Subsequently, because the opportunities in the villages were very less, both for sustenance, living, income-wise, or facility-wise, so people started gravitating towards the cities. And then all cities became dirty and we keep blaming them. So I think townships and industrialization and migration is also a very important aspect. And therefore, when we talk about sustainable solutions, AI solutions for sustainable cities, the growth of the cities also to be important. How do you grow the cities is also important. How do we facilitate to the existing people and whoever extra are coming is also very important. And that's how living conditions, jobs, challenges, and then traffic. We all suffer traffic problems in the cities. Parking, you may have a car, you go to a shop and then there is no place. So you have to go and park the vehicle maybe 1-2 kilometers away and then again come back, again walk with your luggage to that place. Instead of that, why can't we directly walk to the place, maybe a little longer than that is also important. I think these are all, some of them are philosophical issues but very important. Now comes the real topic of the day, role of AI. What can be measured can be improved. If you can't measure, you can't improve. And therefore, if you are talking about good quality life and sustainable cities, the measurements are important. And therefore, all variety of measuring devices or tools, sensors become very, very important. And this has to be accurate. Collection of data has to be accurate, authentic, and reliable. Otherwise, as I said, our data sets can be biased, and then the solutions also will be biased. And therefore, accurate, authentic, reliable data collection is a key to the success of the AI and the use of AI in our day-to-day lives. So there would be obviously web of sensors based on vision, that is camera, based on audio, that means acoustic sensors. There would, and then I talk about acoustics, and when I come to maybe various types of disasters, you must remember this particular point that we as human beings have the hearing capability from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. That is the audible range of our human ears. But when a likely earthquake or tsunami is coming, it is the animals who feel that sometimes an hour earlier. And that was what was found in our tsunami last time when it happened, and animals all climbed to the mountains. Human beings who are tribals, they also know that animals are smarter than us and they also travel. But the cities on the shore, whether it is Kanyakumari or Chennai, and all of them got affected. So I think why can't we develop the ultrasound sensors which can imitate the dogs or the animals and then try to get the danger out of some of the incumbent risk that is going to be there, and then take precautionary measures. Today, of course, through weather forecasting on the coast, when there are big, large storms coming up, we warn the people and then they are moved away, and the number of deaths have reduced substantially. Earlier in Orissa, I remember every time when there is such a casualty, hundreds and thousands of people were becoming homeless and they were dying. Today, hardly 1 or 2 such incidents happen. And that means we are in a position to make use of the past data, the current sensors, use of them, and then in turn save the lives of the people, animals, and the property. So can we develop further sensors, audio sensors of that kind? We have 5 senses, by the way. So most powerful are the visual and the hearing. These are 2 powerful senses, but the remaining 3 are not less important. Smell, the touch, the taste. And that is where we all will be in a position to take care of. Bhopal gas tragedy. If the gas was smelled by the sensor well in advance, probably before the damage was done, many possibilities could have happened. So I think therefore, whether it is smell, whether it is touch, tactile, or whether it is in terms of taste, but sensors knowing that some kind of a danger is there, chemical, poison, can we detect all of that? Very important web of sensors in the smart city which will take care of most of these issues. Then comes the data analytics and predictive capacity. Today, because of the power of computing, the great algorithms that have been developed, the lots of softwares which have come in, even AI-based software which have come in, we are able to do a lot of data analytics. Predictive theory, predictive capacity is increased by leaps and bounds. If you use that correct data, you will know the challenges and the solutions thereof. So how to use, why to use, where to use. This is to be trained to our students right from school, starting from design thinking to innovation, and then make use of all of that to how to use, where to use, and why to use. And if you do that, I think we can build innovative AI-based solutions for the sustainable cities. Then one more thing is collaborations. Most of the time, especially, there is competition everywhere, not only in India, worldwide. Even top US companies compete with each other. They keep some of the things secret, confidential. And there are also laws which govern that insider information cannot be shared, and all of that stuff, legally also. But still, there is a huge collaboration happening in the universities, in the research institutions for creating solutions. And we, in our country, unfortunately, are still far behind. We talk about collaborations, but we are working in silos. Even in institutes like IITs, one department does not speak to the other department. Some equipment is there, the other department may require it. We don't allow that to be used because it has come under this project from DST, so only I can use it or our group can use it, not you. I think we have to break these shackles and open up. Unless we do that, nothing is going to be possible. And therefore, sharing of information through, if it is AI-based solution, through APIs, through applications, working together. I have done some application, you add on value to it, and then we together can build a better product. I think this kind of a phenomenon, unfortunately, does not exist in our country. How do we support that? How do educational institutes give importance to that? In promotions, those who are collaborating more will get faster promotion. Can the IIT director not there here? Otherwise, I would have said that this is one of these things. And people are interested in different domains. Don't force everyone to do everything. Each person is different. Each person's capability is different. Each person's aptitude is different. All 5 fingers are not same. They are of different sizes, different shapes, different volume and all of that. But each one of them have a role to play in our, whether it's eating or doing work. So why can't all faculty, students in the institute be used in the right way? I'm using the word used right way, not exploitation. Exploitation is a negative word, so I don't want to exploit nature, not exploit human beings, don't exploit anyone, but make use of them. Our Mother Earth is for making use for our betterment, not for exploiting the mineral. Exploit is a word which is the negative word. So I think we must start using, it is like mother. We don't exploit our mother. We love our mother. So same way, we need to do it for our entire Dharti Mata, that is बहुत महत्वपूर्ण. So इसलिए applications of good living and conditions of people are all derived based on collaborative work, and that's the best example. And I'm again giving a sometimes some example which is not related but very important, valid. In cities, we all live well. Are we aware of our neighbor? Many people don't know. In the same building, there may be 100 flats. We hardly know 2, 3. Remaining, we don't even know them. We go to a tribal area. If someone's house is damaged, it has to be built. One Saturday, one Sunday, one Monday, the entire village folk will come. They will bring their cutting tools. They will cut some bamboos. They will do scaffolding. They will create a bamboo house in one day, and they will all go with a party from the person whose house is built. Absolute collaboration. And one day, can we build a house in one day in a city like Kanpur, in a sustainable city also? Can we build a house? I think we have to learn this. Although there are now prefabricated structures, we are able to do faster than what we used to earlier. But can we do as fast as those people do it by physical hands? So I think this is also one very important area to be understood. So sustainability has very many functions, attributes, and therefore values is important and value addition is equally important in all the things which we do. So objective is to create better living conditions. The educational institutions have a role right from school to universities. Data privacy, we all are aware, therefore when we talk about sharing of information, keep that data privacy intact, but at the same time, we should go ahead. Security is a concern. We'll come to security part also again once again. But we have to create that. Then the social entrepreneurship. The startups need not be only for profit. They may be not loss-making, but create value for the people and society at large. My friend is here who is creating a very great initiative of planting trees and lakhs of burger trees. So I think these are kind of startups which are also possible. And then innovation need not be a very sweeping disruption all the time, but it can be incremental. Subsequently, it becomes disruption. After a long, long time, many people start adopting it. And all the AI applications and the use cases can be only when it is multidisciplinary. So whether it is science, technology, or association with the society, the humanities and social sciences, the labor, the automation, to what extent it should be done, all of that have their own relevant spaces and we should provide that opportunity. Mathematical modeling, our director here himself is a great mathematician at large, so we must make use of true mathematical models which can imitate the nature and then make use of it in order to create solutions. Now coming to brass tacks, few slides for this particular workshop and the Center of Excellence. What do we expect in a sustainable city when we say sustainable city? Some issues I have raised, some others people can raise later and then we can put them together. First thing is water, as I said, as civilization grew, was very important. So enough piped water for drinking, piping, washing and all other requirements. If it is industry, even industrial requirements, we are talking about semiconductor industry today, so it requires large quantum of quality water. So how do we provide all of that in those smart cities? Number one, water. Next is food. We don't grow food in cities. It all is grown mostly in the villages and the fields. But certainly we can, have some vegetables and fruits grown, including on our terraces, using solar energy, which is direct solar energy, not be converted into electric power. So how can we make availability of food to all the people in the city? So it requires further transportation, it requires many other storage spaces, cold storages, there are other connected issues. So how do we provide that? Fresh vegetables and fruits to the community at large, very important. The third one, I have repeatedly said housing. We should give a way to those slums and how do we build good quality environment, not necessarily always multi-storied buildings. That is one solution. But even 3-4 storied solutions where people can live nicely, maybe one bedroom apartment kind of thing. And no slums. This should be one of the very important things, both from the cleanliness point of view, pleasure to our eyes when we move around. This very, very important aspect of living conditions. Planned expansion. So you keep some areas reserved for beyond when the city limits grow because of the larger population. Enough number of parks, enough number of gardens, walkways, paths, cycle paths. All of these are very important and significant in the what we call sustainable cities. In terms of energy, of course, cooking gas, it's all through cylinders of pipe gas, biogas availability, uninterrupted electric power is the need of the today's world. We cannot say that you take electricity only 2 hours, no one will accept it. Cleanliness, water collection, waste collection, recycling of the water, waste disposal, whether it is plastic or sewage and all of that. This is also significant. Then communication. Today we are social animals. We require without internet, without TV, without entertainment, we can't live. So how it is accessible to every household is also very important. And then finally transportation and mobility in terms of metro, buses, trains, airport nearby, or go to the airport in the fastest possible way, walkways, cycleways, roads maintenance, maintenance of sewage. Many people who work in sewage, they die every year, unfortunately, because of the gases inside, and they get drowned. There are flooding in the cities, both because of the river being nearby, so flooding takes place because of heavy rainfall, and sewage is not cleaned up before the rainfall starts, and choking of all the roads happen. So I think these are all challenges which have to be addressed in these, or what we call as sustainable cities. Then comes few areas which this center has already announced, so I was picking up from there. One is energy demand forecast. As we grow in population, as the number of devices increase, energy demand increases. And there are dichotomies here. Use less is one part, but we can't stop people from using. Large number of, we never dreamt of a washing machine in our homes, at least in my childhood. We never dreamt about even having an air conditioner at home. So all of these things have become more than a luxury necessity in many families, because both husband and wife working, so you can't wash your clothes, you require it. Even dishwashers, all a variety of new items. They were there in only very high, rich class of people, which has come to now not just higher middle class, but even lower middle class is aspiring to have all of them. That requires a lot of energy. So at one place we should try to control them through less use, etc. But at the same time, when they do use it, how do we predict the demand? How do we create that AI-powered energy consumption models? How different sources of energy at different points in time in the day can be managed is also very important. Some are peak demand things. In peak demand, what is to be done? So all this optimization from energy generation to distribution is very, very important. Then comes the problem of air quality management. I come from Delhi. The index is always in winter season crossing 400, 500, 700, 800. Sometimes probably measurement is not possible. It is beyond that. So how do we make a very high quality air quality management system? And I saw that Swati in the outside, the product which within 1 acre, they said 1.5 lakh rupees investment can clear particulate matter up to about 30%. I think more such innovations are required. Maybe 100%. I was giving an example of there are aero separators, or we call as in power plants ESPs. So this is a different variety of application which can use AI. Looking at where probably large particulate matter is there, can we have a more mobile vans actually which will carry there and clear it and then come back. New ideas can come up from out of innovative ideas. One is stationary. You can clean the air in that particular way. But we have ample such devices, and we found that some area is very polluted, so why can't we send, like we have mobile education van, mobile van, so this kind of a mobile van also is a possibility. Then in terms of vehicular traffic, which I said is very, very important, that creates a lot of pollution, burning, so public transport systems and avoiding burning of all variety of waste in the city. This is also another area of quality management of air. City governance starts from tax collection. Of course, today we don't go to any office for paying electricity bill or tax. From the home itself, we can pay anything. So the queues in these offices have reduced. Losing our office hours for a couple of hours going in the queue is also reduced. But nevertheless, few other services can be thought of by the startups. So that, many possibilities. And last but not the least, grievances. So something goes bad, and if I complain, there are hierarchies of escalation in those companies. Forget government. Even I am talking about some of the best possible governed private companies, where they say, I have escalated to my boss, then the solution will come after 10 days. So I think that is another area of importance. Then disaster management, fire, earthquakes, I have mentioned about the sensors which can make use of this. Ranges from animals. Also, entertainment is also very important for sustainable cities. Safety and security, another area to be addressed: physical, theft and burglary, women's safety, cyber security, fire hazards, gas leaks, children and children, etc. to be given friendly movement support, healthcare, both preventive active hospitals, pharmacies, alerts, like in the pandemic situation, immediate alert would have saved many lives. And then AI applications using digital infrastructure which the nation has built. It has already worked in finance and business through UPI. We have in education sector, APAR and Academic Bank of Credits. National Health Depository and the registration is there. All variety of AI tools can be deposited and made use of using APIs. Then education, healthcare, home delivery, all of that can become better and better. And finally, in today's world, counseling service has also become important. Many people are having psychological issues, so how AI can help in psychological counseling as well, and helplines of different variety of types. So digital future, this is the last slide in terms of ChatGPT, GPT-4 and its variants, how India can produce indigenously have its own metaverse. Digital twins we know, but how digital triplets, quadruplets also can be involved and innovated. 6G technologies, Industry 5, Education 5.0, what to learn, why to learn, where to learn, and then get ready for new technologies and their applications. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Chhatrapati, for giving such a insightful and very lucid talk and covering a very wide range of issues. So I think it was very illuminating. Just because of time is a little short, so if there are one or two pressing short questions, not a comment, please ask. Any? They all understood everything.
No questions has only two things. They have not understood anything, or they have understood everything. So I don't know which one is true.
Anyone has any short question, please? Okay. Okay, I think we will.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, please.
Actually, all are talking about AI solution, and I know that AI can bring, a lot of solutions. Now, but when we are talking about the Indian, people, where we have lower income group and middle income group and obviously higher income group, but how they can afford so many gadgets? For example, air purifiers are coming, and nowadays, yeah, we have seen one startup here who is actually trying to. So the question comes in front of us that if everything will be done by AI, so how we are going to manage purchasing all those gadgets?
No, I think those misgivings have to be given up. All these technology solutions are not for everyone. Some of them are for the society. Some of them are to be done by the government. Not necessarily individuals have to buy all of this.
Yeah.
Someone who has a big, deep pocket may buy that and put in his house, but not all of us. I can't afford it. So government will have to do their job. Laws have to be created to reduce the pollution. These are some of these issues. Secondly, many times people say that all this AI and education through Swayam and online is creating digital divide. This is one term which is often used.
Yes.
If there is divide, it is more so in the physical world in terms of non-availability of good educational institutions, good faculty in the remote areas, but not due to the digital part. Digital part, also there is divide. Today, we have not reached all the villages. Out of 6 lakh plus villages, more than 3.5 lakh villages have the internet fiber optic connectivity. Remaining 2.5 lakh also are being covered. In the next 1 or 2 years, they will get it. But still, it will reach the village. Electricity has reached the village. But has each household having that access? There is some time. So therefore, all the developmental work which the government has to do is to provide data which is at a very low cost, providing it at their homes, is one part which the government will do, and people have to put in their effort in order to get it to them. Don't have to buy gadgets. There are several applications in one single stroke. Through that application, you will get all the facilities which I talked about. So please don't worry about digital divide. Digital divide can be made up much faster than the physical divide which is there. Meeting of minds is important. Understanding each other is more important. Love and affection is more important in society. Let us create that. Thank you. One more.
I think, offhand. I think offhand, because we are running out of time.
I spoke more than what is done.
Now our next speaker is Mr. Chhatrapati, and he's going to talk about driving sustainability and strategic growth at Kotak Mahindra Bank. So, of course, Mr. Chhatrapati is a well-known figure in the field of sustainability and in banking, of course. And he is currently head of sustainability and strategic projects at Kotak Mahindra Bank. He is a seasoned finance professional with over 31 years of experience, including 28 years with the Kotak Bank. With Kotak Group, he is an IIM Ahmedabad alumnus and has had multiple business segments, including investment and wholesale banking, as well as the group's strategy division. Since April 2021, Mr. Savla has been spearheading priority sector lending, environment and social governance, CSR and financial inclusion under the bank's sustainability framework. His leadership has played a critical or crucial role in integrating sustainability into financial services, driving inclusive growth and fostering responsible banking practices.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be speaking at IIT today. I don't think I deserve the honor at all with such a reputed audience. In the last month or a month and a half, many of you would have seen news in which American banks exiting net zero banking alliance, multiple countries exiting Paris Agreement, withdrawals and redemptions from ESG funds. These are some of the news that have hit, at least the economic press, even some of the other digital news which has come out. And in context of that, the question that I asked we have an analyst, by the way, we have a equity research analyst division in which one major vertical is ESG, which is effectively sustainability. And I had a discussion with him a few days back that is this concept of ESG and sustainability dying? What is happening? And his view was that forget the regulation, forget what's happening on geopolitical space. Just answer the question that at a business level, the set of things which you are doing for the purpose of your sustainability function, which of those would you stop doing in context of the long-term strategic requirement of your business, of the commercial requirement of your business? And the conclusion we came to that we would stop nothing. Because the concept of sustainability is very deeply integrated with the commercial aspects of business. And that is the context in which we run this function. So it is in this context that I'm going to tell whatever I would say on my presentation is about the practice of sustainability in business and more particularly in banking from where I come. So the first question that we ask ourselves is whose agenda are we driving in sustainability? Usually when we talk about profits, it's the shareholder's agenda. But when we talk about sustainability, we are talking about the existence of this business, not just today, but for year after year after year, decade after decade, in a growing, hopefully a stable or a growing form. And in that context, the enterprise, which is the company, is serving the requirement of multiple stakeholders. These stakeholders are essentially not just the shareholders, which of course have a stake in it, the customers, the employees, the government, the regulators, the communities adjacent to our business, and the supply chain, in which kind of feeds us. So all of these are stakeholders to our business, and it is their agenda that we try to drive through sustainability, with the belief, with the underlying hypothesis being that if the expectations in a balanced manner of all these stakeholders are met by the corporation, then the likelihood of the business itself growing and being stable over a long period of time is higher. Let's look at what's driving this agenda for each of the stakeholders. Okay. Globally, more than $3.2 trillion of funds are invested through what are classified as ESG-focused funds. Most of it, as you will see in this bar chart, are coming from the European region. And despite all the redemption news which has come out in the recent times, $3.2 trillion is a large enough fund to ensure that business enterprises are focused on what is the expectation of this set of funds and what is it that we are supposed to do so that these funds invest in our business. The second important player is the rating agencies, and most of these funds, who are ESG funds, look towards these rating agencies, who in turn rate us as business enterprises on what is our performance on ESG. I use ESG and sustainability as interchangeable words. They mean one and the same thing to us. So there are international agencies like MSCI, there's Refinitiv, which is a part of London Stock Exchange. There is CRISIL, which is effectively a part of Global Standard & Poor's. And there is Sustainalytics, which is a part of Morningstar. Each one of them puts out ESG-specific ratings, measuring us on over 400 parameters across different subjects, which are in the area of sustainability. These ratings, in turn, are seen by the funds who invest in our companies, and they would probably not invest in companies who have low rating. The third thing which is driving sustainability is the action by regulators. So this graph essentially shows the growing number of regulations and amendments to regulations which have been coming out year after year across different regions. And you can see while the largest regulations are in the EU region, surprisingly the second largest number of regulations have come out in the Asian region, and then followed by the American region. So regulators are very focused on this. Regulators understand the importance of this, and they are pushing this agenda. In India also, a lot of drive has come from the regulatory side. It started all the way back in 2011 when Ministry of Corporate Affairs released the National Voluntary Disclosure Guidelines, which eventually, fast forward to 2019, converted into the National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. And these were kind of enshrined in 9 principles, which I will explain later. Simultaneously, SEBI came out with voluntary disclosure guidelines, first covering 100 companies and expanding it to 500 top companies, and then to 1,000 top companies, and then making it mandatory for the top 1,000 companies, converting their disclosure framework into what is now known as Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting Framework, BRSR, as I will call it going forward. Simultaneously, RBI also got into that. RBI is a regulator which regulates funding entities, and they came out with a formal set of guidelines on mobilization of green deposits, as well as they came out with a draft guideline for climate risk management in financial institutions. Those draft guidelines have not yet become final guidelines. We are hoping they will become so this year. Alongside these regulatory developments, our own journey, we started participating from Kotak by making voluntary business responsibility disclosures right way back since 2012 when SEBI came out with these voluntary guidelines. And all the way till in the last 2-3 years where we have released our integrated annual reports. They are there on our website. You can see the reporting which is aligned to the GRI standards of sustainability reporting as well as the SEBI guidelines for BRSR. We also started reporting and participating in the Carbon Disclosure Project survey, which gives us ratings, and it's not a great rating as of now, but they give us ratings on our performance on emissions and targets on emissions. Alongside the regulation, rating expectations and funds, is a fourth angle which is driving this whole agenda, is that of opportunity. So the whole aspect of transition in technologies, transition in the way business is done, is going to throw up a significant, this is just one estimate by a research house, that about $3 trillion of investments worldwide will be required to take the world to net zero. And all these opportunities of investments are going to happen in low emission fuels, EV chargers, electricity grids, etc., which is kind of listed over here. But the investment opportunity is an opportunity for fund managers, for banks, for insurance companies to participate in funding this growth. And so it's the other leg of the whole triangle which is kind of pulling sustainability practice. The other aspect in which sustainability gets embedded is into credit underwriting. So all of us are lending institutions. When we either invest in a debt instrument or we give a loan to a company, we analyze what is the efficiency of that company, what is the ability of that company to pay back. And one of the important elements of that analysis is increasingly going to be the participation of that company in circular economy and in leading to zero waste. So this is the same zero waste tool. Finally, ESG-linked bonds are being placed by a lot of companies, and that gives opportunities to financial institutions to essentially place those bonds, raise that money, and essentially it's a fee-making opportunity. So money raised by cement companies, steel companies, and it's happening from India also, which essentially, but most of the money is still dollar denominated. There isn't rupee denominated money yet, but that provides a fee earning opportunity to financial institutions. So again, to summarize, we are coming from the angle of stakeholder expectations, from ratings, from funds investing in us, from regulatory drive, and from business opportunity. All of this is forming the kind of the virtuous circle, which is taking this practice forward. Now, how do we make out what these stakeholders want from us? And there is a very established practice which is given in the GRI guidelines, which is that of doing a materiality survey. Effectively, we've done 2 of these surveys at Kotak now. We did one materiality survey about 3 years back. We did one last financial year in 23-24 to find out what is the double materiality impact of our practices on our bottom line and on the environment and on the society. So effectively, you go to stakeholders and you ask them that these are my 15 practices. You please rank them in order of importance of what you believe will impact society, will impact the environment, will impact communities. Similarly, we go to our senior management and we go with the same set of practices. We ask them, you please rank it in order of importance in terms of what will impact our bottom line. And then what we have is essentially a 2-sided matrix, which looks something like this. And the list which you see on the right side of the slide is essentially the list of topics which are asked to be ranked. And the graph which you see on the left side, this is also there in our annual report, is the double materiality ranking which comes out on this chart. This guides us to tell us that as an institution, as a business, what is it that we should give importance on, which eventually will lead to this double materiality benefit in context of our stakeholders and therefore be seen to be as sustainable for our business also. So illustratively, the most important factors, and not surprisingly, came out to be very, very basic hygiene and governance factors for financial institutions. We being a bank, the most important thing was data security, resilient IT systems, regulatory compliance, data privacy, business ethics, corporate governance. These were very, very important. Even more important than, if you see the second list, which is more what we call growth-related factors, customer centricity, brand recognition, employee development, all of those were lesser important than the foundational factors which were discovered. All banks in India who are in the top 1,000 have done this kind of a double materiality survey, and most of the large international financial institutions have also done it. And what we find, we compare the importance that the double materiality throws up for them and what does it throw up for us? We find a lot of similarity. All these hygiene factors of governance are the factors which are most important across these institutions. So that kind of guides us what to focus on first, what to focus on second. It's not to say, if I go back one slide, not to say that the ecosystem factors in the end are not important. It's just a relative scale of importance. I'll go quickly through this regulatory aspects and disclosure. The SEBI guidelines of BRSR require disclosures to be made for the top 1,000 companies by market capitalization. It's mandatory disclosure. You'll find it in every annual report. And it covers linkages to global reporting standards. It has a principle-wise, I'll just share the principles in a minute. Principle-wise disclosures, it has 4 factors on which data has to be reproduced on environment, on social, on employees, etc. It has divided all the disclosure data into 2 parts, mandatory and leadership. So mandatory everybody has to do, but a lot of companies are picking up voluntary disclosure on some of the leadership. And a lot of these metrics are quantitative. We are required for a core set of those metrics to carry out an audit assurance. There are firms who do this. They come, they check the veracity of the data, they certify that they give an assurance this data has the right backups and it is accurate, so that nobody goes into greenwashing and misreporting. These are the 9 principles which NGRBC as well as SEBI guidelines cover. They are the usual topics of governance, human rights, environment, public policy, and all the disclosure data points are within these 9 data points. There is also an additional requirement which SEBI enhanced a year and a half back, which is to say that now that you are doing your own disclosures, you please disclose the same thing for your value chain. 1 step forward, 1 step backward. 75% of your sales, 75% of your supplies. And pick up core factors out of their disclosures, 1 step forward and backward, aggregate it and show it for your disclosures as well. This was tried by some of the companies. It is going to be very difficult because while top 1,000 companies have a lot of data out there which is assured and all of that, a lot of our supply chain backward does not have that data, and the forward chain also does not have that data, and it's very difficult to estimate. So SEBI is now given some time. They didn't ditch this requirement. They forwarded it by a year, and we are expecting this requirement will come. So these are some of the core factors which are in the value chain, which will be aggregated and shown by every company for the entire value chain. Reserve Bank of India came out with a draft guideline, which essentially follows the TCFD framework. Some of you may be familiar with the task force on climate-related financial disclosures, which is TCFD, which gave a framework of how to do risk management in context of climate risks. And the RBI framework which has come out, which they have put out as a draft just now, broadly follows that TCFD framework. And the requirement is that by 27-28, after these guidelines become final, of course, by 27-28, we have to put out a policy for risk management. And by 28-29, we have to start measuring and we have to start putting targets on our emissions. So the TCFD framework requires that each institution will build some core capabilities. Don't focus on everything. There are 3 parts to this. We need to build capabilities, using capabilities to understand climate risk and measure climate risk. Using those capabilities, we have to then set our targets and set our measurement systems. And then finally, the 3rd part is we have to actually implement the correction plan. So those are the 3 parts. There are many sub-parts of the whole thing. This is United Nations Environment Program framework, which is linked to the TCFD framework. Alongside all this is a stakeholder called communities, which I just spoke about in the first slide, that were the stakeholders. And communities who are adjacent to our business are a very important part of the sustainability plan, because if we are here to serve society, we earn because we serve society, and therefore the importance of sustainability of society is also important for our own sustainability as a business. And it's like a conjoined at the hip kind of a relationship. The CSR regulation in India, which mandates that every company has to spend 2% of their average 3 years pre-tax profit into corporate social responsibility expenditure, is a very unique regulation in India. to the best of my belief, there are only 2 or 3 countries in the world who will make this mandatory. It's a fantastic way through which money is channelized. And the whole idea was that, okay, there's a whole NGO sector, and there is a whole set of non-profit institutions who are anyway doing a lot of work. The idea from behind this regulation was that bring the thinking of a business, the rigor of a business, and the metricized tracking of a business, and run a CSR program, run a social service program. You bring the 2 things together. So this is a great regulation, and we are of course following it. Now coming to the second part, and where we start looking at, so there are 3 parts now I want to talk about: E, S, and G, environment, social, governance. On the environment side, as I said, the RBI has mandated that a TCFD style framework will come into India. It's important to note that emission tracking and effectively being a good boy by reducing emissions is different from climate risk management. Climate risk management is very core and important part of financial institutions tracking going forward in the future at least. And to illustrate this, if you can see, this is a Japanese bank who made a disclosure about their scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. You can see scope 1, 2 emissions and scope 3 from category 1 to 14. And then the last bar is scope 3 category 15, which is attributable financed emissions. If I may just take a minute to explain. If I give a loan to person X or company X, if company X has scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions of so-and-so TCO2 per year, and my loan represents 15% of that company's total capital base, then 15% of their emissions are because of me. And that is how you contribute, to that category 15 scope 3 emission. And this is one of the few globally, the rare banks who has actually tried to, calculate this. And you see the importance of what happens over there. The scope 1, 2 and scope 3, 1 to 14 categories are irrelevant in context of attributable financed emissions. So eventually, attributable financed emissions are the way on which climate risk management is going to be built as a practice. And the whole concept, and this is the TCFD, this is actual TCFD framework, which says that there are 2 types of risk in which the climate is throwing up to the business, which is risks of physical and risks which are transition risks. Physical risks are because I have lent money, the collateral under that is a plant, machinery, real estate, something. It is in a location which is prone to heat waves, it is prone to cyclones, it is prone to sea rising, etc. And therefore that collateral which I have got is at risk, and I need to measure that risk. And transition risk is essentially to say that, okay, to take a simple example of power generation, which used to be significantly, almost entirely thermal some time back, is slowly converting worldwide into significantly renewable. So if my lending portfolio to the power generation sector continues to be fully thermal going forward into the future, I am exposing myself to risk. And because that loan may not come back, that company may not be competitive enough to pay my loan. So those are the 2 risks which eventually translate into financial risks, which is business risks, which are either financial or strategic in nature. This is the framework using which climate risk management will be done, and not on the basis of just trying to reduce emissions in an absolute sense. Some banks globally have attempted it. This is DBS's public disclosure. What they have done is they are tracking transition risks by picking up 9 sectors which are hard to abate hard to abate sectors like power, oil and gas, automotive, steel, real estate, food and agri, chemicals. Those are the places where emissions are high, and they are tracking sectorally what is the emissions of their lending portfolio on those sectors. And then further what they are doing is that on each of those sectors, they have, based on their lending portfolio, calculated their attributable emissions, and they have set out targets for, in their case it is 2050, but some people may do it 2070, whatever. But they have set their targets, and in context of their target, sectorally they are tracking their performance each year. So this is eventually what will likely happen in India with most financial institutions. This is just another example of Japanese bank having done the same thing. In India, the tracking and measurement of scope 3 finance emissions has not started yet. I've just put data of last annual report of 2 banks, one is Kotak, another is HDFC. Most of our scope 3 tracking is other than finance emissions. But once this RBI guideline comes in, then we are hoping that the industry will kind of fall in place. And to assist this, there are 2 databases which are going to be important, which need to be publicly available. One is the database pertaining to taxonomy, as to how do you classify assets into green assets, non-green assets by sector. And that is something that the government has announced that they are working on. And in addition to that, there is work happening on pin code-wise climate risks, which are there at different parts of India. And this data is also not very sharply available just now, but we understand that there is a lot of work going on and publicly available data will be there so that everybody does this analysis on a uniform basis. Finally, on the environment side, the importance of this topic happens when we infuse ESG analysis as a part of our credit underwriting. So when we give a loan, we take a credit underwriting decision, whether to give that loan or not. And a score on a ESG scorecard becomes an important part of taking that decision. Intuitively, we were always doing in the past. Even without a scorecard, we were evaluating whether the borrower has good governance or not, has got all the clearances for climate clearances or not. All that was being checked. Now it is getting a more formal and a more complete form. We are hoping that again this will become an integral part of financial institutions in India. Again, there has been some work which has been started by them. The second important is social. And in social, in ESG, I talked about E, now this is S. There are three important participants in S, the employees, customers, and community. Insofar as employees are concerned, the most important sustainability topic is gender diversity in India. And a lot of companies, and I've just put down a set of measures that various companies have taken to improve gender diversity in their employee workforce. As last reported, most banks are at about 26, 27, 28% gender diversity, but this is overall. When you break this down by level, you see the challenge that at junior levels you have a lot of gender diversity. As you go up in seniority, you have lesser gender diversity. And this is an important problem to solve because again, if our customer base is society which has 50% gender diversity, then it's better that we also have gender diversity at closer to 50%, which is where the global banks have already reached. Learning is a second important part. I will kind of skip through this part. It's important to improve employees' capabilities by continuous learning. And the third important topic on employees is attrition and doing everything which is required to ensure that attrition is within a controlled kind of percentage level. So attrition, gender diversity, and learning are the most important sustainability parameters in the E part. The second is customers. Insofar as customers, there are three parts. We can provide them green products, so green deposits are green products. We provide them digital and paperless solutions. The most widely used one, which every one of you must be using, UPI, is finally a digital paperless solution of making payments, which helps to sustain the society. You're not writing a check. You're doing RTGS. You're doing NEFT. You are taking your statements in paperless form. So all of these solutions kind of help improve sustainable solutions vis-a-vis customers. And the third and most important is financial inclusion, where you try to reach out products which are relevant to the weaker sections of society. There is a regulation by Reserve Bank of India which requires that every bank has to give out 40% of its lending book, 40% of the lending book to what is classified as priority sector lending. And we are meeting that target. Almost every bank in some form is meeting that target. That 40% has sub-targets. 10% has to be to small and marginal farmers. 7.5% out of that 40 has to be to micro enterprises. And another 13% is to be given to large farmers. So there is a clear classification 12% has to be given to what is classified as weaker sections of society. So all these ensure that we are providing finance to weaker section of society. This addresses some aspects of inequality also in a manner. There are many government schemes also like the Jan Dhan Yojana and the street vendor lending program, which I think was spoken of in the finance minister's budget. These programs are distributed through us as banks, so that is the other service we do by distributing government programs. And we also tie up with business correspondent, so we don't have branches everywhere, we would have 2,000 branches, but we can go to another 2,000 locations deeper into rural areas by appointing a business correspondent who can distribute some of our products and services over there. So that's what we do from a customer point of view. Finally, community as a stakeholder is addressed through CSR. We've been meeting our 2% obligation year on year. Thematically, we distribute that money on impact areas which we have identified. We have a CSR committee who essentially identifies those areas. So for us, those areas are education and livelihood, healthcare, environment and sustainable development. Sports is a small component, and we also do relief and rehabilitation where there are natural disasters. As a part of that CSR, some of the things which we do, and I'm not going into details of everything, is we do water body restoration, which is lakes. We help to remove the silt and improve the storage capacity. We do watershed development program, which is like a mix of many things involving soil conservation, watershed bodies, education to farmers, and a mix of many things that happen over there. We do afforestation projects in many areas which are carbon sequestration in nature. We also have a tie-up with IIT Madras, where IIT Madras as a hub has created IIT Madras Save Energy Mission, or KAISEM as we call it, and it is working with as a hub and spoke model. IIT Madras is a hub, and then multiple IITs across the country have set up the spokes. They work with MSMEs. MSMEs apply for an energy audit. The center, along with students, will go and do the energy audit and then make suggestions on how those companies can reduce their cost on energy, usage of energy and cost of energy. It's a very successful program. It's running its third year now. And our largest CSR project is where we are standing right now, and it is thanks to the management of Professor Chhatrapati and the management of IIT Kanpur that we have been able to kind of contribute towards creating the Kotak School of Sustainability, about which I'm sure a lot would have been spoken of. This is the last slide. The G in ESG is governance. Now, corporate governance is governed by the Companies Act. We being a regulated entity, every regulator regulates us, Reserve Bank of India, SEBI, etc., etc. So there is a lot of regulatory and corporate oversight on our corporate governance in any case. So we don't really, in sustainability, well, G is important, but that's taken care of by our business as usual. The additional G, which is important in the sustainability practice, is that of data security and data governance mechanisms, and all the practices which we put into place to ensure that customers' data is secure. So this is broadly an overview of sustainability in the banking space, in the corporate space, and at Kotak. I hope you found this useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Savla, for giving a very different perspective from the previous speaker. And generally, I think, we are here, I'm not from economics background, so the ESG aspects, and particularly I found that the two-dimensional graph, where there was the financial and impact, and I think you were looking at the data points for following the fourth quadrant, right? Both clusters, am I right? The orange one? Yes. Something is very interesting. I need to talk to you about that. But yes, I think we can take one or two questions for Mr. Savla before he disappears. He is a very busy man. You see a banker, got time.
Well, I promised 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yes, please. Yeah. Anybody?
deep solutions yet, but some of the solutions which can shape, for example, say you, and this will address more the customer. So if a customer wants a solution, then the customer goes to a bank branch. We have hundreds of products, and it's very difficult to get all solutions at one go. And you can imagine a situation where you go to your app and you ask a question in large language model on the app, and the model itself goes and searches and creates a solution and gives it back. So these are the things that the industry is working on. I don't think anything is in play yet.
Thank you for the presentation. A big learning actually.
That would be nice actually if you can introduce yourself as well and then ask.
So I am from RICA School of Built Environment, which is with Amity University in Noida and Mumbai campuses. And we conduct programs of built environment sector and postgraduate and undergraduate level. So it was a very interesting presentation and a lot of learning. I just wanted to know, how do we take this learning to students in the colleges, the students who are studying architecture or other built environment programs that we are conducting, as to how to understand the financial aspect of these projects of sustainability and how to do financing of sustainable projects. Because this is one aspect that never gets covered in the classroom. And students are learning about sustainability from the good perspective, something good that we have to do when we are in the industry. But this aspect of financing sustainable projects, so if, with association with Vodafone, how we are trying to bring this to the classroom so that students are, conversant with the financial part of it.
So one of the ways could be that thanks to all the regulation, 1,000 top companies are now doing a lot of disclosure in their annual reports about their sustainability practices. And then you would pick up relevance, like just take the example of architecture which you mentioned. Now architecture has got linkages into construction, steel, cement, etc. And therefore green products which are coming out from all that. Very recently the government has issued green steel guidelines. There are 3 bills in the parliament which will eventually create an environment for carbon trading on a cap and trade mechanism. So some of these things are a part of the developments which are happening. So the source of information is likely to be these annual reports, which will clearly talk about what each company is doing. Now, if green steel guidelines have come out, I'm 100% sure all steel companies will have some disclosure in this year's annual report about what they are doing on green steel.
We do need support from the industry, from the banking sector.
I think we need to
train our faculty.
maybe some other questions we have. Yeah, please.
From IIT Kanpur. So that you told about the pin code wise climate stress index has been developed. It's from the private sector or from the government sector?
There are some government bodies who are developing. It is not yet out, but what we have heard them in conferences and we have heard them in discussions is that a database which is relevant to India. Because finally, if I want to do a risk analysis of, let's say, even a mortgage loan or a commercial property loan on X pin code somewhere, I want to know flood hoga ki nahi, will there be rain, flash rains over there, what is the probability of heat and therefore the impact on cooling cost, all of that needs to be available at a pin code level. It's not available just now, but we understand it's under there.
This is very much we are taking as part of the ICW to provide products at 1 kilometer. So I think maybe the last visit of the pin code would vary at probably 2 kilometers. So maybe that will happen. I think we'll have to stop it here because we don't want to be between lunch and you. So I think let's thank Mr. Sawla.
धन्यवाद सर, अपना बहुमूल्य समय और और विचार हमसे साझा करने के लिए। अब समय है एक अंतराल का। ये एक भोजन अंतराल है। बाहर आयोजित लंच ब्रेक में आप लोग जा सकते हैं और 2 बजे हम दोबारा आपसे यहीं पर मिलेंगे।
Requesting all those who was done can assemble at 2 o'clock.
अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं एआई आधारित नवाचारों को देखने के लिए हमारे स्टार्टअप पिच सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं। तो अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मेरी सहायक को, वे आए और मंच संभालें।
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the conference. I'm Kateni Mishra, and I am honored to be your host for this exciting session. Today, we are about to witness some of the most innovative minds in the startup ecosystem, showcasing their ideas and visions for the future. These entrepreneurs have worked hard to bring their products and services to life, and they are here to share their journey and their passion for all of you. Over the next 30 minutes, we'll be hearing from 4 startups. Each team will have 4 minutes to pitch their ideas and achievements, followed by 2 minutes for questions. So, get ready to be inspired, ask some questions, and think about how these startups could change the world. Our first pitch comes from Terra Equa, founded by Mr. Shobit, a team that is focused on geospatial intelligence. Sambit is here to pitch on behalf of Terra Equa. Sambit.
We're just fixing it just a minute. Sorry for this technical issue. I think we're sorting it out.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are Terraco AV Solution and a geospatial intelligence company. So we use geospatial data and AI applications for a sustainable future. So I am Samit Behra, the city of the company. So here we propose the use of UAV and Earth observation data for AI-driven urban water monitoring management system. So we founded in 2018 by researchers of IIT Kanpur. Currently, we are operating across India and some part of the world. Our vision is to utilize geospatial technology for conserving natural resources, protecting biodiversity, precision agriculture for future and harmonious future. So the team is founded by Professor Rajat, Professor of IIT Kanpur, and this is our team. The water bodies in urban area has a significant role. So like water security, biodiversity conservation, groundwater recharge, and maintaining urban water balance. And it also helps in reducing the urban flooding risks. It also regulates the temperature and mitigating the urban heat island. So with increasing urbanization and population, so currently these water bodies are under threats, like the water bodies are declining, and our exploitation of the water bodies and dumping of solid and liquid waste into these water bodies are polluting these water bodies. So there are some technical challenges also there, like limited accessibility of the high resolution data sets to monitor these water bodies, small scale of water bodies, and some timely data to for any actionable insights for any policymakers. So these are our work package we are proposing, like acquisition of satellite and UV data and downscaling these satellite data in terms of spatial and temporal using AI and ML models. And at the final stage, we will provide a cloud-based platform that will be helpful for monitoring and visualization of these data sets. So in terms of solution, we have to these problems, we are providing data integration like satellite and UAV data to combining for a comprehensive monitoring, and then downscaling of this satellite post resolution data set to a finer scale using AI and ML models, and the cloud platform for real-time monitoring, visualization, and predictive analysis. So these are implementation plan for this project, like from acquisition of data sets to full-scale deployment. In terms of our outcomes, we are expecting like higher resolution insights for any water bodies, actionable and cloud platform for the analytics and real-time monitoring. So in terms of competitive areas, we use integration of satellite and UAV data set for a higher spatial and temporal resolution, and user-friendly cloud platforms, and any predictive analytics, real-time monitoring, water management platform. So these are our competitors. And in terms, now we are looking for funding for to develop this methodology and execute the pilot project. Thank you.
Quick questions.
Okay, so he's also exhibiting outside. Please feel free to visit the stall, and if you have any questions, you can ask there. So the next speech.
Yeah. So your question actually, maybe you are telling about the resolution of privacy you want to develop the data. You said only higher resolution. But what resolution you want to develop those data?
Like we are expecting like 10 to 20 centimeter data, because this open source data now, the satellite data we are having like 10 to 30 meters, in which the small water bodies can be detected.
Only you are concentrating on water bodies.
Yeah, I mean for water bodies in urban setting.
Okay.
Thank you, Sumit. So the second speech comes from Ayurveda, founded by Ms. Namita, and they are focusing on the AM purification. So over to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Namita. I'm here from Ayurveda. At Ayurveda, we are a deep tech IoT AI company building data-driven solutions to tackle air pollution and climate change. We were founded in 2016, and we have over 9 years of experience in air quality monitoring across various sectors. We work with various partners in the industry like JLL, Siemens, Schneider, Johnson Controls, CRE, etc. Also, our data is trusted by top institutes like IIT Kanpur, IIT Delhi, IISc, Oxford. Our vision is to create a world where one day every citizen will breathe well and live well. I am one of the co-founders at Ayurveda along with Prashant. My background, IIT Delhi 2001. I was in the US for 13 years with Microsoft and Facebook. Moved back to India in 2013. I was in Zomato for a year, heading their product. I started Ayurveda back in 2016, primarily because I had an asthmatic daughter, and I was extremely worried about the air quality situation in NCR region. All our manufacturing as well as software development is in-house. Our manufacturing plant is in Ghaziabad, UP, and we are in the process of ISO 9001 certification, which is supposed to complete this month. My partner Prashant, he has over 20 years of manufacturing experience and heads all our manufacturing and R&D. Ayurveda specializes in IoT, AI to smart cities. We focus on 3 core areas: smart buildings, smart construction, and smart city networks. So smart buildings, as we know, we spend 90% of our time indoors. and hence managing health and comfort of individuals indoors is extremely important. Also, buildings are one of the major pollution of emissions internationally. So energy efficiency in buildings will be a huge source of reducing carbon emissions. Construction and these other industries are known to be one of the biggest polluters leading to air quality. We work with government to help enforce regulations in the construction sector. And in city networks, again, without data, it's really hard to solve anything. So we help with developing networks of air quality and weather monitors to be able to understand and make people aware and make data available, and also help in forecasting, especially around climate change and preparedness. We have a comprehensive IoT offering for smart buildings, which includes smart air quality monitoring, smart environment monitoring, like temperature, humidity, light and noise, smart air monitoring of the ducts through duct monitoring and return and supply ducts, as well as smart energy monitoring. Our devices are research CE certified. They can be used for well building certification. So a lot of clients, they use us to get building certification. Here are some of the leading brands across the industry who use us today. We work with World Bank internationally across their offices, American Express, Microsoft, Zomato, Samsung, Target Building, Wells Fargo. For construction sites, we provide real-time monitoring, we provide dashboard access. We also upload this data directly to pollution portals like Delhi Pollution Control Board. We provide LED displays to showcase the data. And we also do smoke gun and buzzer automation, so the smoke guns can turn on whenever air quality exceeds certain levels. Here's a case study we did with Tata Realty, where we did their 8 sites across the country, where we did a full solution of activating their smoke guns and ensuring that the construction sites stay clean. We are also working on weather station networks. So we provide complete air quality and weather monitoring systems, which are low cost and yet very accurate. We provide a scalable IoT infrastructure so they can be used in rural, urban, or remote areas. Our goal is to equip citizens with real-time data, immediate alerts on extreme weather events, and improving early warning systems so that citizens can stay healthy and safe. And we are looking for collaboration with academia to tackle this. We have installed various networks across the country in partnership with IIT Kanpur. We have deployed about 700 sensors across UP and Bihar rural areas, and another 45 sensors in Chennai and Kanyakumari. We've also deployed 35 sensors with IIT Delhi, and we have an MOU with Gurgaon Municipal Department where we have deployed 21 sensors in Gurgaon with PSRs. Here is some data. We work very hard on making sure data is accurate. And this is some comparison data of our devices which were tested in IIT Kanpur before they were deployed in the rural areas. Here are some opportunities for collaboration. We are looking for air and weather, we are looking to partner with academia and institutes on better forecasting around air and weather monitoring. We are looking for greater collaboration with state boards on compliance around industries. And we are looking to build AI-integrated smart building solutions where we can actually create buildings which are healthy, comfortable to be in, as well as energy efficient, leveraging AI. So thank you so much. Any questions for me? Yes.
Wonderful. It's really hard to learn from Delhi. That I can really sense the problem is very, very nice. I just saw exactly the collaboration with some institutes. I'm coming from the Urbanization. We are also running a very good environment department. So we are really interested to just collaborate with you. So what exactly you are looking from the institution side?
See, from the institution side, we're looking for all sorts of collaboration. If you are looking to run certain tests and raise funds to deploy networks, you're looking to work on AI problems around forecasting, and so we have data. We would like to partner with you to actually develop these algorithms around better forecasting, especially around extreme events, weather events, and climate change. We're also looking for smart buildings to actually build models for creating, right now what happens is buildings are either energy efficient or they are healthy. If you find very few buildings which are actually look at health, comfort, and energy efficiency. And I believe that this is possible through use of ML and AI with sufficient data. So we're looking to partner with institutes to help us build these, AI, ML technologies that can help us with that.
Okay. Thank you.
And the wonderful work as well as the product you have. So similar, going in line with the academic collaborations from RSS to the environment. So also one is that okay, we collaborate to develop more products, but I'm also looking at some collaboration for faculty development programs, where we also happen to also understand that how such systems are implemented so that some students can go to the industry and industry ready for this and they can be effective. So there I would like to look at the collaboration.
Absolutely, happy to do that.
So I think we will be talking to you.
Excellent, thank you so much.
And I would like to collaborate with that. So that students can learn from you and they can have they can think these kind of business opportunities.
Yes, absolutely. We have some students who came, visited the factory, learn more about the product, how they are used. So we're always open to inviting the students to learn about this and work in this.
The number is yours only, which has been given 7 people.
I think at the office number, I'll share my card.
Tell me about weather forecast. Do you have any experience before that you want to develop?
So we've done some forecasting in air quality space.
So what kind of forecast? What is the accuracy level?
Sir, so we are getting quite good accuracy, about 80% accuracy. We are primarily focused in a few cities like Delhi, where we are using historic data, we are using weather forecast data, and then we're using fire data actually, which has led to our forecast.
Which weather forecast?
So right now we have only done air quality forecasting. Weather forecasting is something we want to do, and this is why we want to partner with academia. We are working with, looking at some JVs also with some international companies that work in weather forecasting. So we would much rather work with Indian academia to actually build these. Because, with Mission Mosam, etc., there is a lot of push for climate preparedness in India. And I think it's really important for India to be ahead when it comes to climate science.
So if you want to use, you can have data from National Center for Environment Prediction in the US. That is the one good source. Right?
Yes, sir.
So that means even IMD data is available, but it's not available at real-time basis. You can use it, but you need to downstall it and use AI algorithms so that the accuracy level can be traced. The current forecast level is 80% level. The second is regarding smart buildings. The smart on the energy side, the orientation of the building itself to the sun is important.
Yes.
I don't know whether you are incorporating those things. So try to incorporate those things so that your project will be.
Got it. We'll do that. Thank you so much, John.
Thanks, Navita. We are moving towards the final session. Now we are moving to social entrepreneurship, from the technology to social entrepreneurship. And let me invite from Apna Worker, Mr. Litesh Achan. He has focused on the social impact through 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. Mr. Litesh.
नमस्ते सभी को. माय लैंग्वेज ऑफ प्रेजेंटेशन विल बी हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश बोथ. तो मुझे पता नहीं कब मैं स्विच करता हूँ, ठीक है ना. सो काइंडली कोऑर्डिनेट विद दैट. मेरा नाम नितेश है और हम लोग क्लाइमेट चेंज के अराउंड बिहेवियर चेंज पे फोकस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमें लगता है टेक्नोलॉजी पे काफी सारे लोग काम कर रहे हैं. बिहेवियर चेंज एक ऐसी चीज है जिस पे हमें बात करनी चाहिए, शुरू करना चाहिए. सो our initiative name is अपना वतन बैंक, and what we have, everybody knows here, जो भी लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं सबको पता है कि where we are heading right now. अगर हम लोग जिस स्पीड में क्लाइमेट डिजास्टर की तरफ से जा रहे हैं, वो scientists have given clear indication, not more than 10 years. Situation is very urgent, and climate change is going to be the mother of all the social and economical issues, be it migration, be it education, food, health, कुछ भी. So this slide is not changing. Can somebody help me? Okay. So how do we get out of this mess? This is the question. And with this question, we started reaching out to the masses, because we know that in academic circles, in IITs, colleges, सभी को सब कुछ पता है. लेकिन that awareness has not translated into any kind of climate action. And this is my pain point. That why that awareness has not translated into the action. And with this we started, and our mission is that we want to make a climate crisis, the ongoing climate crisis, a dinner table conversation. हम ये चाहते हैं कि हर घर में मैसिव लेवल पे इसकी बातचीत हो. ऐसा नहीं हो कि सिर्फ पीएचडी वाले अपने पीएचडी की थीसिस में लिख के चले गए, जिसको 30 साल बाद कोई पढ़ने वाला भी नहीं बचेगा. So this is what we want, and this is our mission. And because of that, we started climate change में तो बहुत सारी चीजें शुरू करने के लिए. So we started focusing on being from Kanpur. I started focusing on single-use plastic disposables. Be it any kind of event, we started seeing कि भाई आज आप awareness की जो अपनी sustainability की conference है, sorry to say, but that is also not sustainable. The conference on sustainability is not sustainable. You have seen how much plastic has been used. तो किस तरीके से हम जो भी human gathering है उसको सस्टेनेबल तरीके से कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर हम लोगों का प्रयास था. एंड वी स्टार्टेड. इसके बहुत सारे नेगेटिव्स हैं. यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग आए किसी को बताने की जरूरत नहीं कि व्हाट इज द नेगेटिव पॉइंट ऑफ सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक डिस्पोजेबल्स. एंड वी आइडेंटिफाइड व्हाट इज द रूट कॉज ऑफ दिस ऑल दिस. जैसे हम बोलते हैं कि प्लास्टिक को हम रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकते. क्यों? क्योंकि हम चाहते ही नहीं. द डिजायर, द रेजिस्टेंस टू फॉर द डिजायर बिहेवियर चेंज इज सो मच. यहाँ पे जितने लोग भी बैठे हुए हैं, अवेयरनेस सबको है, लेकिन रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है. तो ये वाली सारी चीजें, इस पे हम लोगों ने ऑन ग्राउंड काम करना शुरू किया. कानपुर के अराउंड जितने भी पार्क हैं, सुबह जाके लोगों को बातचीत करते थे. अलग अलग मंदिर में, इंस्टीट्यूशंस में, कॉलेजेस में, सबसे जाके बातचीत करते थे. वी स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस इशू, एंड देन वी रियलाइज्ड कि जब तक until unless we will not have massive awareness and mindful action, तब तक हम कोई बिहेवियर चेंज नहीं कर पाएंगे. लेकिन ये होगा कैसे? तो हम लोगों ने एक हैक निकाला. कोई भी ऐसी इवेंट जहां पर कुछ भी 20 लोगों से लेकर 2000 people are getting together, we provide free steel utensils to those people, and we ask them that please give us 15 to 20 minutes of time window, so that we can talk about climate change issues to the already happening event. इसमें 2-3 फायदे होते हैं. एक, पहली चीज तो tangible जो impact होता है, that is this, कि एक इवेंट में आपका प्लास्टिक रिड्यूस हो जाता है. That is the tangible thing. The intangible thing is that एक इवेंट में मोस्टली फैमिली की तीनों जनरेशंस आती हैं, and all 3 generations get sensitized to the issue simultaneously, and we don't have to pay for some awareness building exercise also. Okay, so because of this we have been working in 3 districts, और अब तक हम लोग 2,30,000 disposables अवॉइड कर चुके हैं. In terms of event, we have completed 166 events till December, and these are the numbers. We have avoided more than 2,28,000. इतना हम लोगों ने around 4,000 kg CO2 अवॉइड किया है, और इतने kg डिस्पोजल से अवॉइड किया है. We are also working on circular economy. If the time is up, then my request is that if you have any question, please ask me. Thank you.
हेलो श्रीमान जी, सबसे पहले तो आप बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, और मेरा भी ये मानना है कि जब तक बिहेवियर में चेंजेस नहीं आएगा, खास तौर से एनवायरनमेंट को लेकर, तब तक हम कितना भी प्रयास करें, वो प्रयास मेरे ख्याल से वो नाकाफी हो पाने वाला है. तो बस कोई क्वेश्चन मेरा आपसे नहीं, मैं तो आपको धन्यवाद देना चाह रहा। थैंक यू। ऐसे ही सोसाइटी के लिए काम करते रहे और इस चैन को आगे बढ़ाते रहे।
थैंक यू सर। सो वी हैव साइन एमओयू विद कानपुर यूनिवर्सिटी। कल ये जो इवेंट होगी तब आप देखेंगे किस तरीके से हम लोगों ने उसको अपनी तरफ से प्रयास किया है कि वो इको फ्रेंडली हो सके। सो तुम्हारे थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद आप सभी का। अब समय है आज के कार्यक्रम के तीसरे सत्र के स्पीकर से मिलने का। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद त्रिपाठी सर से कि वे आएं और हमारे तीसरे सत्र के स्पीकर का परिचय दें।
Hello, Anna, can you hear me? Hello. Can you confirm? Can you hear me, Anna? Hello? Can you just confirm that I'm audible to you? Your voice is very feeble. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I haven't spoken.
Oh, great. Yeah, just I wanted to hear that. You are able to hear us. You are able to hear me, right? Great. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. So now we have a great speaker, Miss Anna Rai. She's going to talk about driving innovation and women entrepreneurship at Niti Aayog, which is the think tank of Government of India. Ms. Anna Rai, Mission Director of the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, WEP, and Principal Economic Advisor at Niti Aayog, is a distinguished economist from the Indian Economic Services, an alumna of Sri Ram College of Commerce and Delhi School of Economics. She has served in key government roles, including the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Civil Aviation. At Niti Aayog, she leads data management and frontier technologies, spearheading reports on artificial intelligence, blockchain, and AI ethics. Under her leadership, Women Entrepreneurship Program has been instrumental in fostering a strong ecosystem for women entrepreneurs, driving innovation and shaping India's digital and financial future. Okay, Anna, it's all yours.
Thank you. I see, there is a lot of disconnect. I don't know. Please check, Professor, the WhatsApp chat. The topic which was agreed was on urbanization. I can speak on WEP also, but please confirm what is the topic I should speak on, because as per our agreement over WhatsApp chat, it was urbanization, Viksit Bharat and urbanization. Secondly, I no longer handle technology here. In 2023, I transitioned out of technology. I did handle technology in the past. So with that, can you confirm, should I talk on WEP or technology?
No, please speak on cities and technology for Viksit Bharat.
Urbanization or WEP?
No, urbanization.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So I speak on urbanization. So good afternoon. First of all, my apologies for not being able to travel down to IIT Kanpur. Hopefully in near future I will get an opportunity to travel and be there. I've never been to Kanpur and it would be a pleasure being there. I will just share my screen. So today I will be speaking on a new initiative of urbanization, and you may have also come across this particular initiative while watching the latest budget and also in the past last year's budget. This is the Growth Hub initiative which I will be speaking about. Is my screen visible?
Yes. Shifa, confirm that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So now I start my presentation. The topic which was agreed with Professor Mitra was Viksit Bharat 2047, liberating the potential of urbanization. So when we talk about Viksit Bharat, there are some data points which are before us. First, the goal which has been set is to transform India into a developed nation by 2047. We want to be a $30 trillion economy. We want to achieve net zero by 2070. And inclusivity and innovation remains our major pillars. Urban population surge is also being witnessed, and by 2036, it is projected to reach 600 million. That is 40% of total population. Cities as engines of growth. We all know cities are engines of growth, and how we measure, a development of an economy is to see transitioning from rural areas to urban sectors. Presently, cities contribute almost 65 to 65% of GDP, which is expected to rise to 70% by 2030. We have major key metropolitan regions in the country and new ones coming on the horizon. And the role of these regions are really transitioning into economic hubs with sustainable infrastructure and smart governance. Under the Developed India Mission, expected outcomes by 2047 is projected per capita income exceeding $26,000, sustainability and livability, including universal access to clean water, sanitation and housing. So these are some of the data points relating to 2047 Viksit Bharat which are before us. What I will be talking about is the role that urbanization can play in this scenario. So when we talk about urban centers, we have some leading cities which their GDP is more than that of many nation states. I will not go to each one of them. But comparing the megacities of India, you see, we still are a long way to go when we compare it to other megacities of the world. So today, if you see, New York's GDP is higher than that of Australia, and similarly, LA, Tokyo is much more than that of a country like Poland. As I said earlier, presently, 65% of GDP is contributed by the cities in urban centers in India, while they occupy only 3% of the total land. and the urban population by 27 is expected to be around 50%. But achieving a 30 trillion economy hinges on these cities growing proportionately, and that demands a transformative shift in urban planning priorities. Primarily because the growth process of our cities has been facing major challenges. The master planning is very land use focused and focused on developing basic infrastructure. Planning is devoid of an economic vision and regional approach. All of this leads to mushrooming of unplanned urban sprawls. We did a study, and based on that study of 12 reports and 22 other reports, 12 cities were examined. In all, around 24 reports were studied. For 11 such city reports, we have presented it here, which includes Dholera and Gift and Hyderabad, and several of the international cities who have undertaken a planned way in expanding their cities. Basis this, we have been able to identify the particulars of the areas covered in these plans and the specific levers which were used. I will not go through the details of this. This is a kind of a busy slide. But what we have seen is, basis this, 4 key shifts in urban planning are required. Proactive rather than being reactive, anchored upon 3 pillars, and regions as units of planning, and institutional interventions to break silos. So in sum, this is the Growth Hub initiative, which really comes out of the 10 inferences which we have got from the research which I referred to in the previous slide, which really says that to develop this economic plan, we need to undertake deep dive. We need to identify targets, prioritize sectors, develop location-specific strategy rather than having the same strategy cookie-cutter approach throughout the country. Looking at specific bespoke fiscal support, ease of doing business, designing incentives, branding of city promotion, and promoting entrepreneurship as well as managing human resources. So this slide, covers basically what the takeaways from the detailed analysis which I referred to in the previous slide. And from this, a 5-stage framework was developed. So with this, the 4 key shifts in urban planning and 5-stage framework which arises from these 10 inferences, the Growth Hub initiative was designed by NITI Aayog. So going forward, it was decided that process templates should be developed, and 4 pilot cities, which were the nucleus in different levels, were identified. These were from different parts of the country. From the south, we had Visakhapatnam. From the west, we had Surat. Then from North India, we had Varanasi. And from the west, also we had the Mumbai metropolitan region. So apart from locational, issues, it also addressed the different levels of development so that the process templates takes account of the level of development of these cities. The plans for Mumbai and Surat have already been launched in September 2024, and the implementation is in full swing. The Vizag plan is being prepared, and the Varanasi plan is being finalized. 20 more such city regions will be taken up. So briefly, how we are bringing in a framework, the process template which I referred to. I will just go through this. So these are the 6 stages of preparing an economic plan. We have tried to templatize this. So the first step is really to put in an institutional mechanism, because this kind of a exercise requires wide-ranging institutes to come together. So an institutional mechanism is required. Identifying the city regions, where you start with the nucleus of growth and then look at the adjoining areas to a certain, to certain parameters. Prepare the economic plan basis the five-stage process which I referred to. Prepare a baseline, give vision, aspirations based on sectoral deep dive, do a SWOT, and identify the growth drivers. Basis that the draft economic plan is prepared, which then goes on to implementation and then the institutional mechanism for implementing those plans as well. So this in a nutshell is the framework which I will quickly go through. The institutional mechanism which we strive for, basically these are all state-driven projects. So we would like these to be, a steering committee at least at the level of chief secretary, and then an operational committee. So this is what we have been. This is what we have been proposing to all the states. Second, we need to identify the city region. So after identifying the nucleus, in the case of Surat was the nucleus. For identifying the adjoining areas, these 5 parameters which you see on the left were used, and 6 districts, including Surat, were identified to define the Surat economic region. The 5-stage process that I referred to earlier was first the baselining, top-down economic sustainability and physical infrastructure vision. So it has to be very aspirational, a SWOT analysis, detailing out top 7 to 10 economic growth drivers and the implementation framework. The next big thing is to, it has to be very, very locational specific. That would require studying a lot of existing reports, going to the various local administration and other stakeholders to identify, the aspiration of those both administration as well as other stakeholders and get ideas from them. Have detailed meetings not only with government but also industry, academia and global leaders. So in case of Surat, the numbers are on the left. I will not go through it. We have also templatized the types of reports that needs to be analyzed, the consultation, the nature of consultation, the nature of engagement, identifying projects, and at what level these are to be then presented. So all this has been, the process has been kind of explained in the framework. Next comes the data. So data also has been kind of, we have templatized this, basically in 4 buckets we need to collect data on the economic scenario, on physical infrastructure, demographic scenario, and environmental sustainability. I will quickly go through these, I will not waste time. So basically this kind of a presentation of the region has to be done in case of Surat economic region. It was, the numbers were put in place vis-a-vis Gujarat and Gujarat vis-a-vis the country. And this kind of a snapshot of the region would need to be prepared. Also create a regional map to show, the various instrumentalities, the administrative instrumentalities, their boundaries, etc. Identify the mega projects as well as the land masses which are available. So this kind of detailing would need to be done for the region based on data. Next, long-term vision. And for the vision, this needs to be aspirational. It cannot be something which is to meet the latent demand or as scenario. And these are some of the areas, the GBA, the regional development themes, the new avenues of growth. And in case of Surat, we were lucky because the Viksit Gujarat document had already been released. So this is how we do it. On the left, you see what the state government has given in their vision document, and on the right, we kind of presented how this region will contribute to this overall state growth. Basis all this analysis, a SWOT is done, and SWOT is done in all these areas, and we also prepare detailed questions and on sustainability and inclusivity in the SWOT analysis. So this is how the SWOT looks. We have more detailed SWOT, but then for representational thing, we need to put it in a nutshell so it is easily consumed. We also need to identify the sectoral profile as per the economic sector, and this is how the sectoral profile of Surat economic region looks like. So while Surat, in case of Surat, which was not there in Visakhapatnam, a high amount of, large disparity, economic regional disparity was noticed. We also identified for each of the districts what were the key existing road drivers and then mapped it as an existing potential of the districts. Basis this, we were able to assess the endowments for the region, and these were the endowments for Surat. Along with the local endowments, we also identified global, national and subnational trends. Based on all this analysis, then the growth drivers are identified, or the growth drivers really arise out of the SWOT. So besides the major endowment, minor endowment, we also look at new avenues of growth where endowment may not be there, but it makes sense to create an ecosystem for these new growth avenues. And this is what we did for Surat. On the left is what we prepared initially, and basis detailed stakeholder consultation as well as largely driven by the state government. 80% of our analysis was discarded, and this is what the state wanted to do. The entire growth drivers were re-envisioned. So this shows that instead of doing a one-way exercise, a more collaborative and interactive exercise with all concerned stakeholders would help us achieve something which is implementation. Then we do detailed projectization, because just giving the region, regions and aspirations and some vision does not help. So detailed projectization up to this level was done here. It is an indicative thing which has been shown for the SER, the Surat economic region, with respect to chemical sector, and identifying the land required, expected investment. These of course are tentative, and final estimates come only with the feasibility analysis, and an illustration of the basic, how the projects need to be indicated. Also, along with indicating the projects, we identify the interventions which will be required at different levels to unlock the potential of these projects, because many a times we propose projects but without detailed examination at the beginning, they go and reach some bottlenecks and then are not able to be realized. So Growth Initiative not only identifies the projects but also the unlocks without which the projects cannot see the light of the day. Then we also identified the location where the projects are to be mapped. This is how we develop the projects for the chemical sector in Surat, indicating the location. Now you can do all of this basis, speaking to a lot of existing incumbents as well as prospective investors, and it is a lot of iterative process. At the end, this is in nutshell, in one slide, the entire recommendation for Surat economic region. We propose 54 infrastructure and sectoral projects for development zones, the location for 31 of these projects, and policies and reforms. So this is how the entire thing looks in one slide. This is what we presented to the Honorable Chief Minister. We indicated the investment required as well as the land required. Now, since we are moving from typical city planning to a city-region planning, as I said in the four policy shifts, the region, as in the Surat region, you saw there were 6 districts. So each of them, the extant systems have their own administrative governance framework. So to implement something like this, you need to have an overarching framework. This is what we proposed for Surat, an authority which will rest over these districts so that inter-district decisions are properly undertaken and implementation is not held up. For monitoring and taking other decisions, we propose empowered group of ministers and high-powered steering committee. Now, this institutional thing will also vary from state to state, and we had proposed something like this. In Surat, say for Vizag, it could be different. Tourism was one of the important, sectors that we covered. In tourism, institutional mechanism that we proposed was the Destination Management Organization, the DMO. Then ICCC, this is the Command and Control Center, which is not being utilized at all. It has some 5,000 monitors, it has sensors, it has CCTV, and all this data coming in and not really being put to use. So the chemical area, the chemical production, Bharuch, etc., despite the infrastructure being there and also very high environmental norms, due to non-compliance, the parameters are very off limits. So we have proposed that using the entire ICCC network, putting more sensors in place, we could bring in technology to ensure compliance. So today in Delhi, say if you break a traffic rule, it is all generated online. So similarly, the compliance can be improved by reducing the license raj and reducing the corruption by making, leveraging technology, making it seamless, generating these reports through this system and leveraging the infrastructure which they have already developed in Surat of the Integrated Command and Control Center. So this was some of the recommendations on the governance framework and growth drivers. We stress that state government's buying is important and identifying city regions is also key to the success of this exercise. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And in case there are any questions, I will be happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roy, for a great presentation. I don't know whether we can take questions. Shilpa, can they hear? Go ahead. Looks like your computer. So can you take questions from downstairs and they will be, are there some questions? Anyone? Yeah. There will be a couple of questions.
Good evening, ma'am. Thanks for the presentation, and one understood this aspect a lot from your presentation. One thing I just wanted to know that in this planning with the economic growth in the city, under which component we are looking at the urban resilience that is required to be aligned with the economic growth. So presently we are working on a PhD where the research scholar is studying this, that how economic growth and urban resilience of urban areas is to be connected. So in this framework, where would we look at urban resilience, matching with the economic growth?
Yes, so I think, one point which I think the slide where I talk about policy shift, one point was missing there. When we gave this 5-stage process, we also gave 3 pillars, which said do not just focus on economic growth, but also look at sustainability and inclusivity. Secondly, when I presented the SWOT, sustainability is a key part of it. Resilience of these urban areas is key. And when we talk about growth drivers, it comes out there as well. Say whether it is making it a global chemical hub or promoting tourism, it is resilience is an integral part of developing the growth driver, because the 3 pillars we have to satisfy is economic growth, creating resilience and inclusivity. So it was a short presentation, perhaps I did not stress it enough, but this is one of the key things, targets which we need to accomplish. And I'm happy to, which I did not mention earlier, we are working with Professor Chhatrapati in this regard on how in the implementation part we foresee some of these aspects going forward, factor it in the planning so that it is not economic aspect only, the other aspects of inclusivity, livability, sustainability, creating resilience of these urban areas, which are integral, are also taken care of automatically. And here I did not refer to it, but on the resilience part, WRI actually are our knowledge partners, and both for Surat and Vizag, they have developed in very detailed reports on the existing, status, what are their projections for each of them. Say in Surat, heat has come out to be a major thing. So how do you address it? So these are some of the things which are integral part of the growth of initiative.
Thank you.
Any other quick question? Okay, so there's none. We thank again for taking time out. Anna, very nice. And we had a small memento for to stay, but of course that will be me. Give you, right? You can't give that virtually. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
कार्यक्रम के चौथे सत्र की ओर बढ़ते हुए मैं त्रिपाठी सर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वे हमारे चौथे सत्र के स्पीकर का परिचय हम सभी से कराएं।
So I'm truly delighted to welcome my very dear friend, mentor, and brother, Professor Amal Kishore Pant, who is going to talk about leading innovation in sustainable energy and green technologies. Professor Pant is currently director of IIT Roorkee. He is a distinguished chemical engineer with expertise in sustainable energy and green technologies. He is IIT Kanpur alum. He has a PhD from IIT Kanpur and also held many senior positions at IIT Delhi, including Protect Chair and FIPI Chair Professor, and was an adjunct faculty member at the University of Saskatchewan, Canada. And he is fellow of NASI and INA. Professor Pant's research focuses on cutting-edge technologies such as biomass conversion, biofuels, CO2 conversion, e-waste management, and hydrocarbon processes. His pioneering work in green catalysis and renewable fuels is shaping the future of energy and environmental sustainability on a global scale.
Thank you, Professor Chhatrapati, for inviting me here and writing my data. Good afternoon to all of you. And I thank Professor Chhatrapati also for starting and initiating the foundation for the talk. I will try to cover mainly on sustainable waste management and environment related activities, something like carbon dioxide and hydrogen, how these can be integrated. So my topic, which is something related to, right, you talk about global waste scenario and how the things can be integrated, because artificial intelligence, right, everybody is talking, but when we talk about on ground reality, we face a lot of challenges when we initiated this research long back. And so data are something here when you talk, because we always believe on one earth, one family, one solution, and Vasudha Kutumbakam. So this is the global data what you see, 2 billion tons of the waste which is coming out. And if you call it waste, it is a waste, but if you call it a kind of resource, it becomes $1 billion business also. So this is, I am talking from the point of view, the plastic which has already been generated and to be reduced now, and electronic waste which is coming up in a huge number and has become $1 billion business. The carbon dioxide which is around 26 gigatons as of today has given a business of $46 billion. So these are the opportunities, but how AI will help, that is a big challenge for all these, because when you talk about carbon dioxide, global warming, everybody knows about that. Net zero is to be achieved by 2070 in India, but 2050 in most of the developed countries. Another threat which is coming up from the electronic vehicles, right? We are talking EV, right? Because hydrogen for the commercial vehicle would take time. How much time? Maybe next 10 years. But already it has started. But when you talk about so far we are talking e-vehicles and life of these kind of batteries, again 3 to 5 years. So we need to find out how AI can help in order to improve the life of the batteries also. So you see that otherwise this 3,600 gigawatt hour will again affect for the future, and we need to find a solution, and which is written here, so I'm not reading everything. So it means everywhere we are developing, we talk in terms of $10 billion, right, by 2030, and globally the world is increasing, right, developing exponentially, so a lot of things are to be done. So how much, right, time, which is within 45 minutes, I would like to cover, so I'll try to give the glimpse, right. So all of you know these things also, I need not to talk plastic waste. Since morning, a lot of discussions have been made, right? People talk in terms of plastic liquid fuel, people talk in terms of the plastic waste, right? A kind of seeds, right? Several things are being done in terms of plastic utilization, and this is what you see the data in India. And you have the story of the, right, the whale, 27 kg of the plastic was found in the stomach of the dead whale, right? The cow in the street. So we need to get rid of all these things what you see. And opportunities also when you talk about the biomass, e-waste, plastic waste, and municipal solid waste. 55% component of this MSW is the biodegradable. And if you visit Delhi, you will see piles of these kind of landfills which are coming and creating the problem for the society. And we talk in terms of sustainable cities, right? Smart cities. So it means you have to get rid of all these landfills. You have to get rid of all the plastic waste which is being littered. We have to find out the way through which the plastic or electronic materials can be collected at an appropriate place and make it a source or resource for this. So this is where you see in terms of electronic waste, and opportunities on the right hand side, because it has the gold, it has silver, it has all kind of precious metals and critical minerals. Right now you talk in terms of, so now government is looking after that how they can recover the, right, from the fly ash, from the rice ash, or even from the coal. If you are able to recover those kind of critical minerals, that will be an asset for the society. So that is what we have to look at. In Japan, you have seen that during Olympics, they use this bronze, gold, silver, right, all the medals from the electronic waste. But we need to find out the way to collect these kind of e-waste and segregate and utilize it. That is a big challenge. So, we talk sustainable society. Sustainable society looks, because if you look at here, renewable energy, right? So already large number of these, right, has already been done. So by 2030, you know that out of this 1,000 gigawatt of the energy which will be required, 500 gigawatt would be from the renewable energy. But are we talking renewable energy or sustainable energy? So I always talk sustainable energy, because renewable energy may not be sustainable. So we have to find out the way for this. We talk solar energy, but life of the solar panel, again the challenge. Right? Where are we dumping these solar panels once the life is over? So cradle to grave analysis is very, very important, and that that's why thanks to LC analysis and the economy. So I always tell that when you are doing the research or when you are completing the PhD for scholars, you have to find at the end there should be a concluding chapter. After the conclusion, there should be that how this process is sustainable, in what way it is helping to the society, or in what way it is helping to the industry. That is very, very important. So sustainability and circular economy concepts should always be kept in the chapter so that the awareness will come up in picture, and that should be the part of the thesis when we look at as a researcher. So everybody talks about Indian economy, right? That is very important. So we are talking $10 trillion economy, presently $4 trillion. So in order to achieve that, we are using the fossil derived feedstock. So more than 90% of this, right, imported fossil derived feedstocks are being used, and we have to get rid at least 50% of this by 2047. That is one of the visions that which can be used. So if you look at these data, right, then how can we go with the renewable and the sustainable energy? I think that should be the goal. And when you talk about the energy, the resources can be converted into the right either wealth or the energy or the existing energy sources like fossil derived feedstock. There should be a carbon capture and utilization. So I briefly cover that part also. So we will talk all the energy, right? Electricity, fuels. So I am just looking in this way. When you talk about clean and sustainable cities, you have to think either e-vehicles or green hydrogen, right? That is would be a future probably. But even when you talk about the crude, because India has 240 billion tons of the coal available, and we have to understand that why can't we use our resources also, provided a clean coal conversion technology developed, right? So coal to methanol is one of the examples which was given, right, a task to IIT Delhi when I was the professor there before joining IIT Roorkee, and we worked on this coal to methanol plant with the support of DST and NITI Aayog. And this plant, one TPD plant is running successfully, and now that has given an asset that capture the carbon dioxide from there and again convert it to capture. So that is a concept where you talk, right? These things are to be utilized effectively, so that's why bio-CNG is coming up, right? So we can mix the clean coal plus the bio coal and mix it, and so that you can reduce the dependence of the fossil derived feedstock. So gradually these things will happen, and this is what people talk white hydrogen also, right? The underground resources, the natural hydrogen which is coming up also to be utilized, and that is the white hydrogen, and that will be also asset for the future. So this is again, right, when you talk about environment, because every process either consumes the carbon and release the carbon, because ecological balance has to be there. So this is where we talk about, right, the amount of carbon dioxide which is coming, and we have to do these kind of life cycle assessment and technological economic analysis, TEA, and these are very important, because when you are developing the process, how much carbon dioxide it can, right, release in the process. So it means when you are heating something, where from the heat is coming? Is it the solar assisted heat, or is it from electrical energy? And then go to the cradle, right, of there, that where from these energies or how these panels are being designed. Generally, we do not go to the depth of that, right? We see what is at the outset. Even hydrogen, which is being received in the commercial market, is it really green? We have to calculate that. So that is, when you look at the concept of smart city, all these things from cradle to grave would be very, very important. And you see that Indian scenario, it is 3.33 gigaton of the carbon dioxide, right? And 1/3 of this is to be reduced by 2030, which is a challenge. So carbon taxing can be an asset for the, right, so carbon producer as well as the carbon buyer. So it's also very important that, right, the current rate is say $20 to $30 per ton of carbon dioxide, but if it is an asset, it can go to a level of $160 per ton of the carbon dioxide. So that is also, right, how the cities and how the scientists and researchers can work, and then look at, right, how this can be utilized through R&D, through life cycle assessment, technical analysis, and then finally scale up. So this is very important and challenging for the future for all the researchers. So this is what we say, right? When you talk about a sustainable city, a smart city, or urban, rural, whatever we talk, so we are looking at the future something on hydrogen. The reason is that when you use it as a fuel for the society, it will give you only water, right? So, but where from this hydrogen will come? What will be the right behind that? So, black box will be there. We have to demystify the technology inside the black box also. Then only we can talk about the hydrogen. But even the natural gas, we could talk bio-CNG. So, bio-CNG can also be used as a source of fuel. And this is where we need to find out the efficiency, because it is nothing but an axis, food, energy and water. So if you are disturbing this ecological balance and this FEW nexus fuel, right, that means the ecological disturbance will come. So how much water is being consumed in developing this technology? How does it affect the agricultural land? That is also very important. And then how much energy is being saved in the process. So efficiency of the process is very, very important. And I think MSME will play a big lead in that way, so that we can improve the existing technology and find out a better way in order to develop the societal structure. So when you talk about smart city, everybody has talked on these, right? We have to see these things, right? That regulation of the water flow, purification, detoxification of soil, right? Water, air, nutrients, soil formation, right? All these pests and pathogens, because these are also creating even a cosmetics which we generally use, right? That has given a lot of problems in terms of parabens, right? So wastewater going to the ground level, and that is disturbing the ecological balance. So that is small things, but we have to understand that how this entire, right, whatever the use which is being done by the society is affecting the environment at large. So this is also nothing a new term, right? We talk now that we have to make a database. If we want to make this a smart city, where the TV, mobile, which is bought, right, the record should go. It may be a computerized, AI should work on that, and then when this is disposed out, where does it go? It should not be thrown out in the trash bin. It should be taken by some of the vendors or NGO, and they should send it back to the producer or so prior to the industry, right, where it is being produced, there should be a relationship, and that is important. So we need to have that kind of, right, the smart kind of culture that this television belongs to a company, and when it is then used by the consumer, either it should be sent to some another consumer, that is always advantageous, reuse it again and again, and then when it is of no use, but no society, we were also talking in the morning, at the end it should be sent back to the producer of that company, where it should be shredded, material should be taken out, and then reuse the system again. And I think that is the future when we talk about smart future. All of you know all these things. So now the question comes, how AI will help, right? So couple of examples I will give and quickly, because AI can address some of these things, like you will see, right? The integration of artificial intelligence, we will talk about in waste management facility, and that is presently not being taken care of. A lot of NGOs are there when we talk about, right, e-waste management. We had a couple of NGOs who were collecting it for us, but when they process it, right, the cost increases. So that's the problem again. Plastic waste, we have plastic liquid technology. So initially the plastic was costing only 5 rupees per kg, but as soon as when you say that there is a business, they increase the cost to 13 rupees per kg. So now there is no problem. So this is the challenge, and in how much period of time you can make your break-even point, you have to tell the industry, otherwise the technology will not be commercialized, you have to work in that. So AI can play a big role when you see in terms of sorting of these kind of, right, materials and taking out this. So far it is being done manually, right, throughout the process, and that it can reduce just when you talk about the waste processing, right, time, waste processing, energy. So these are very important. So AI can drive these things by reducing the distance traveled by the waste trucks, right, up to 36.8. These are some of the data which are taken from the literature, so these can be helped. Cutting cost by 13.35%, and cutting amount of time spent on collection by 25%. So this is the advantage of the AI system which can be helpful. You see the irony, right? If you move to some of the, if you get the opportunity to visit some of the small factories, right, in Ghaziabad or near Haryana, the actual picture of the e-waste is like this, right? This is you see the PCB, and they put it in a concentrated acid, so your copper is extracted from there, and how women are, right, that a tough job for the women, which is environmentally not friendly, and finally this water is being thrown away through the drain, which is going to somewhere else, nobody cares of it. So this is the actual picture, and we need to find out the solution for this, where the AI can be used, right? You see that, right? can have the recycling robots, right? Smart waste bins. We have to train the society for this. So question bank is to be prepared and the society should be trained. That's very, very important because the first thing is that awareness about the waste, awareness about the sustainability, and every individual society, individual citizen should be aware of it, and that should start from the home, domestic level. The mothers should be trained for that. They should train their kids, and that is what, and more important in the rural part of the country, we need to look at all these things, and this is where the role of AI is very, very important. Couple of R&D we have done, right, where you can talk about these kind of things. When I was at IIT Delhi, we were doing the e-waste management and plastic waste management. So I'm not going in detail picture, but you see that this is a picture which we envisage now for this. If you really want to the waste management, so this is like waste data system, artificial intelligence technique. What is this black box? I think the computer science engineers can do the job, right? And that is where the linear regression, support vector machine, artificial neural network, right? Genetic algorithm, decision tree. So we have to collect the different parts of it. It may be capacitor, it may be some kind of, right, the plastic, there may be several other components if you look at your motherboard of the computer. Similarly, for every system we have to train, and this is the very important that they can pick it and separate it from one A and B side, and that jobs can be done easier. And this is where, right, the applications you have monitoring, this is waste management, collection, and then recycling, and that is the green recycling process which can be done with the support of artificial intelligence. This is what the different areas, right? So, because as I said, training is very important, so capacity building programs are required to work on this. So collection, smart bins, predictive waste analysis, education is very important, so AI-driven chatbot ops. So a lot of young students, they are designing these kind of apps, mobile apps, and already these are available. So when some local bodies have or the blocks have some e-waste like batteries, right, or these mobiles, these are collected, then it can be transferred to other process. So that is where at block levels or small, right, areas it can be done, and this is easy to access. So this is where data collection responsibility, digital citizen engagement, so these are important, and disclosure. So how, right, drones can be helpful for this is also very important. Capacity analytics, environmental monitoring, and all these things, right, when you talk about solid waste management, then it can be transported to one sector where it can be converted, recover the again automatic sorting, contamination detection, high value material, and for everything the artificial intelligence sensors, right, these can be designed, and then processing, worker safety sensor, digital twin operations. So a lot of things have to be done. These are just the thought process, and I think the work is to be done in this area. So this is couple of, we are collecting it manually so far, but artificial intelligence will play a role here, big role. Then you see that smart bins are already there now. So for plastic, you put the plastic, say it can be your PP, PE, but not PVC. So it can be sent to one of the machine, right, which is available now in most of the area, and that machine sets it and converts into powder. That powder can be sent to some manufacturer. So these things are already in the city. The only thing that they are also not sustainable, because these machines, you see the maintenance, the big problem. They are lying there for 1 month, machine works perfect, but after 1 month it is gone. So that is again important. And this is a kind of revenue generation model, because for every plastic bottle, right, which is being shredded, the user gets 25 points for that. So that is again a kind of, we have to make this reward versus penalty system. Collection of the waste from the domestic level should be, right, a reward type or should be a penalty type. If this is not segregated, waste should not be collected. So that will be the same thing for kitchen waste also, solid waste also. So we have to train the society accordingly. Then these things can become practicable. So this is what you see: smart bin, optimized route planning, dynamic scheduling, demand prediction, and for that purpose, I think artificial intelligence would be required, very, very helpful for solid waste management. This is again battery. We are working on battery waste lithium, because you know it is a precious metal. So we are working on recovery of the lithium. Again, you know that in the battery, if it is not diffused, it can be explosive also. Right? So there should be proper training. When we talk about the collection of these kind of different battery layers. So this is again a kind of thought process which has been given, and this can be cathode separate, anode separate, carbon separate, and then you process it and you can recover the lithium and finally it can be processed. So at R&D level we are doing some of this work, right? So this is the right material identification and sorting is important. Process optimization, quality control, robotics. So for all these purposes, which has been, right, the collection and segregation is being done manually, processing is done by the student researcher, and finally we are extracting the lithium. Again, this lithium which is recovered is being sent, right, used in a battery, and again we are testing the cyclovoltammetry test on whatever, how much cycle that can be reused again and again. But these are small scales, right? For commercialization, a lot of things have to be done like this, otherwise the process will not be feasible. So this is the work which we did at the IIT Valley campus under this drive with the LAVE project, right, project. So this is the e-waste, right? So this is the design by us, right? This is a kind of shredder, and then waste is circulated to this scoop feeder, and this is at 450 degrees centigrade. So we get the solid here, and this solid contains all the precious metals, gold, silver, copper, right, iron, nickel, and then this is what physical separation we do here, and then we convert this carbon into aerogels, which can be used for capturing purpose, and this is the, right, the rest of the things, capacitor and all these things can have a different market value. So this is where you have to look, and this is where the gold and copper you can see, silver, these can be recovered through the electrochemical deposition. But these are in PPT level, so that's very important when you talk about 1 ton, right? As I said, this is in our business of $1 billion, right? So much e-waste is available, mobile waste is available, like PCB golds are available. You have to find out, right? You've got a 5 TPD plant in a local area, it can be set up, and then collection and segregation at block levels, and then use it. I think this is within a 2.5 years. I assure you, this gives you a payback period time, and then it becomes a profit. So this is, right, one of the ways of CO2 and lithium-ion batteries, right, we use, and this is how to reduce this. So this is again at the R&D level. So right, you can use these assets, and you have the lithium carbonate here, right, and nickel sulfate, copper sulfate. So all these can be recovered from the battery waste. So this is an asset for the future. Then same thing for the, right, waste materials, water, wastewater, right. So I'm not going in detail because the party is expert in this. So this is, again, it can be used with micro-remediation concept, right? You have a chromium base, so some algae can be cultivated in that, and that algae can be used as a micro, right, fuels, biorefinery concept, which has come from there. So this is also part of the work which was done, right, by my group, and we use it, right, and Reliance is doing a lot of work now on this kind of biorefinery concept. So it means wastewater treatment, again, it has to be routed to artificial intelligence, because what kind of water is there, what kind of impurity, because at the end it should not affect the society. This is very important. So that is where we need to find out the solution, right, in quantifying the known pollutant at a small concentration by simple instruments and methods. So far, very complicated methods are used for determining the air quality, for determining the concentration. So that is also very important where we need to work. And then again, the right sensors, all these would be helpful, and artificial intelligence would be very, very important for this. So this is what, right, R&D which is required, but I am not going into detail. But in the biorefinery concept waste, the AI will have a big role, I think, right? And that everybody has to think in that way. So this is our approach. That's what I told you at Drive, because I was leading this solid waste management team, and fortunately Professor Chhatrapati was also one of the experts for this. So this is what we were doing, right? A complete societal training is required. We developed a question bank also for training the society that what kind of waste are available and how these should be collected and segregated separately, because this is very important. If this is not done, everything is failed. That's what I told you, plastic waste, the collection and segregation itself is a challenge, right? Otherwise, plastic to liquid fuel, it can be done. This is what we have done, right? We convert the plastic to hydrogen and carbon nanotube also, but only selected type of plastic, right? So this is where you see that, right, the opportunities are there, and we can convert these into the value-added product, and this has a lot of societal impact. I think we need to work in this direction, and artificial intelligence definitely would be helpful for this, right? So this is our what we call top-down or bottom-up approach. So this is our approach, right? So this is solid waste. So we trade the society, at least at IIT Delhi we made these different kind of things. Every IIT is doing it now, right? One for dry waste, another for wet waste, and like this, everywhere now you can find. But the important thing is that train the people, right? So that they should put it on a right way, right? Because that will make the job easier. And then the segregation and all these, right? Wherever the time spent will be reduced. So we need to think in that way. So segregation and collection is the biggest challenge, as I said. The cost of plastic segregation is now 30 rupees per kg. And this is not getting better because the plastic oil which we get generated from that is now costing around 70 rupees per kg. Earlier it was just 45 rupees per kg. So this is the economy analysis. It's very, very important. Otherwise, for small scale entrepreneurs, this is very good business, good achievement for them. Right? If you trade them. You can have gas, you have carbon dioxide, carbon nanotube, and these have a lot of applications. And this is again, right? 5 ton per day plastic waste can be treated, and we can give the design for that. So this is again the same picture, right? How artificial waste management cities, right? When you talk about role of AI, right? So you see the waste type generation, AI can do the job. Waste management, AI can do that. Right? Optimization of waste transportation, AI can decide that. Role of AI in detecting and reducing illegal dumping and waste treatment practice, it can be done. AI to analyze the chemical composition of the waste, it can be done because sensors are there. And all these things, right, when you do, I think the job will be done. And this is, I think, this, if you look at this algorithm, this will be very helpful for the future, right, to use the AI for waste management. So, couple of these things are already under now R&D, right? Every institute has AI now, right? So waste collection tracks, navigation system, ultrasonic sensor, GPS module, GSM. So these are the things I think where I request the young budding stars to work on these areas, and this will give you very good opportunity for the startups, right? Connect in the morning, Professor Shahu was also talking, right? Speakers were also talking, Honorable MLA. Because this is also very important. We have to connect with the locals also. MCDs, right? Those who are there and they are making right policies. So we have to train them, right? And this is where the kind of server, and this is where when you talk about dump management, and then it is sent to the wherever there are opportunities, whatever the industry, and they can work on this. So this is a kind of hypothesis. We are using these eutactic solvents, some green solvent. So I am not going in detail, but these can be done. Recycling technology, we are machine learning, we have done, right, that kind of R&D. But for this paper, I don't want to now restrict ourselves on the publishing paper, filing the patent, but rather the technology should be transformational. This is very, very important, and we have to train our young generation that use the tools like, right, Atal Thinking Lab, thinking, right, wherever the idea generation, and our government is providing a lot of opportunities for this. And then think, right, in what way we can use all these tools, right, and then find out the solution. And this is where I think the future, when we talk about waste, not a waste, but resources, right, resource utilization, and that is very, very important. So again, for carbon dioxide also we are doing, right, some of the R&D. So here also the same situation. Flue gases are there, steel industry, hard to abate sector. When we talk about petroleum industry, refinery, petrochemical, you have to find out the composition of that, right? Gas, then purification of the gas, and finally how this can be utilized for different purposes like this. We are converting CO2 into fuel, right? CO2 into graphite, CO2 into different kind of chemicals. So opportunities are there in the chemical engineering basis. And here artificial intelligence is playing a big role because we are doing some of the modeling through AI for selecting the materials or metals which can be used as a catalyst for these reactors. So this is what, right, CO2 absorption, leaching and recovery, right, of all the lithium and carbon dioxide which I was talking in the previous. So carbon dioxide can be an asset, as I said, carbon taxing. So this is important. Green hydrogen is again everybody is talking. So there also AI can play a big role because we talk about the hydrogen is a future for the fuel automotive applications, right? But how to produce the hydrogen? What kind of sources will be good for hydrogen? We need to understand that, right? So one can have biomass as a source for hydrogen, or one can have the kitchen waste also as a source of hydrogen. So now people work on biogas, right? Biogas itself is nothing but coming from the biomass, right? But what kind of biomass will give you good amounts of biogas, and how it can be separated, and how bio-CNG will be mixed with the this CNG or hydrogen, because natural gas is partly, 20% of this biogas can be mixed, and this is at least reducing the part of the carbon. So that is where the, right, and artificial intelligence and machine learning modeling will definitely help for achieving this success in terms of cheaper renewable energy and green hydrogen, right, for different applications. Again, AI will have a big role. But for this, right, increased low-cost hydrogen production, we need to find out, right, movement, more efficient hydrogen transmission. We don't have the hydrogen transport system so far. You talk in terms of green hydrogen. How will you transport it through pipeline? Because you cannot transport through normal pipeline, it will diffuse out, right? The challenge is for that. So that is also to be identified. It is a very brittle material, right? So it will also a problem. You cannot have the cryogenic hydrogen. Cost is also challenging. So we need to do, right, through AI, you can do this. Use of low-cost value-added application. What is that low-cost value-added? AI can help. We cannot do that, right? Otherwise, too many heat transfer will be there and store it. So that is again carbon-based materials which are being designed and developed. That is also very helpful. So I think for all these AI can help, right? You see that cost of green hydrogen, 9 liter water or 45 to 55 kilowatt hour electricity. There is a challenge because this water should be reused in the process again. Otherwise, this is not acceptable. Seawater, right? Because when you talk about electricity water, that is costing around 500 rupees per kg. Reliance costs $1 per kg, right? So we have to find out the green hydrogen at a different price. For that, again the artificial intelligence is there. So we have to find out all the solutions, right? The transmission and distribution cost, electrolyzers. So artificial intelligence, which kind of electrolyzers, right? What kind of cathode material, anode material would be helpful. So we can do these things through artificial intelligence, and that is why the selection of catalysts itself through AI and ML is being done by the chemical engineer. So different branch, I tell you always that it should be a multidisciplinary approach when you talk about the artificial intelligence, not one branch of science engineering. Because different branches will have a different application. And then we should make a team for this to find out the solution for this. Just one branch or one small right team cannot do this job. So that is also how to integrate, how to identify the technical expert person in different areas, and then they should find out the right, make a good team and then find out the solution which can be sustainable and which can help the society. So you see that, right? Hydrogen economy. Everywhere, right? Every application is now through hydrogen. We can have all these, right, cars, even aeroplanes, right, submarines, so everywhere. But where from hydrogen will come, we have to find out these things. So this is today's right scenario, but future will be something like this, where solar, wind, electricity, sea water can be used, right, directly for desalination, and then even without desalination, you can convert sea water into hydrogen, and that will be the future. And I think the artificial intelligence will play a big role for this kind of technology. So we are talking hydrogen and CO2 reduction. This is the future now, right? And this is where currently 13 kg of carbon dioxide is coming from 1 kg of hydrogen challenge, right? And we, right, if you look at the countries like this, Europe, green hydrogen, 0 kg. India has made a definition of 2 kg. Even 2 kg if you are able to achieve, but the MNRE has given a definition, I think that is good. But gradually we have to define it, green 1, green 2, green 3 and like this. And hydrogen also people talk, the grey hydrogen to pink and finally white hydrogen. So I think the color code is just a number. Ultimately we have to see that how much it is affecting the society and how can it be minimize the impact of right environment, right, of these technologies as well as impact on the citizen of the group. That is important, and we have to study all these points through artificial intelligence and life cycle assessment, which is very, very important for this. So this is, I am not talking now. So hydrogen is produced, right, and MSW can be used. Plasma pyrolysis people are using nowadays, right? Every campus is looking for these kind of designs, right? We have designed it for IIT Delhi. Now we are working at IIT Roorkee. I was requesting Professor Chhatrapati that we can work on this. And this plasma-based process are economical, and you can have the 12 kg of the biomass can give you 1 kg of the hydrogen, and that is a relatively green hydrogen. And on this area, I think there is a plenty of opportunity to work because plenty of biomass is available, plenty of kitchen waste is coming, and this can be a for the future, and lot of work is required in this area. So we can justify the artificial intelligence. I think I'm coming to the closure of this talk. So cities are collecting vast amount of data. Data is available, right? But how much is correct, that's a challenge. right? Smart city installation, right? Internet of Things are very, very important. Smart governance, social media and online feedback is very important. And this data needs to be effectively analyzed for efficient city service, hence the use of AI is important. So we need to find out what data are available and how these can be helpful, right, for the sustainable society. Challenges that can be solved using a smart governance and planning, right? I think that was what earlier talk Aisha was also talking, right? The challenges that can be solved, right, using AI. So this is also governance and planning, right, which was talking just before this. Intelligent, right, transportation and urban mobility, very, very important. So we need to find out the devices for this. Environment, climate and disaster resilience, everybody talks on these things nowadays, sustainability, right, energy, water, waste management, and for all these aspects, the artificial intelligence will be helpful. Because we have to optimize the thing for the societal needs. And at IIT, we are doing a couple of these AI activity, right, AI dynamics, right, smart phone apps, our students are developing this, deriving carbon neutral urban development, so they are connecting ourselves with the rural areas, big data AI, so couple of artificial intelligence data science students are working on this, right, AI water waste management, nano aquaculture, so these are a couple of activities, right, through AI we are using that use of AI for sustainable society, so we are working on this area. So port is also, as I already talked, this can be done, right, AI can be, right, helpful in order to identify the different food components, and that depending upon that, so sometimes it is good for protein, sometimes it is good for energy, sometimes it is good for hydrogen, so depending upon the need, AI can help in all this, right. And most of the countries, right, when we look at food waste, they are talking, most of the countries are working on these areas. So this is where we are talking captive design for CO2 conversion, so we are using now, right, help of artificial intelligence, machine learning, how the metals will act on the gas. So like green ammonia, all of you know now. Nitrogen, when you look at the breakage of the nitrogen molecule bond, right, it's a tri-bonded, so very difficult to break. So which metal would be good? The material science AI is helpful now in that. So we are using these tools for our study for renewable energy and sustainable energy production. So this is what a couple of the areas where we are working. And this is again, right, planning for energy and waste management. So this is what I was talking about. I actually initiated this task, right? A green, all this campus green waste is being collected and then it is sent to one of the industry, and this is their recycling process. So we are so far at this point only, and these are the rest of the things where we are looking how it can be utilized for the society as a source of the steel. So a lot of things are being done. I think as a team we need to work on several things, and when you do this, this is the societal impact, right? The advent of AI has the potential to revolutionize sustainable city development. So this is very, very important nowadays. With urban population, right, when you talk increasing, and AI will play a crucial role when you talk about smarter, more sustainable cities. That is important, and everybody is talking. So it's not a buzzword nowadays. Rather, it is to be implemented by the government. So efficient resource management is very important key area, right? And AI can make a significant impact on this. And by optimizing use of resources like water, electricity, and gas through analysis of usage patterns and demand prediction, AI enables utilities to provide services more efficiently and reduce the waste. So this is important actually. Like in for traffic lights, right, AI can be helpful. At which it is denser, at what time it is denser, and then how the right time management can be done. Same thing that AI can be helpful for optimizing the city water distribution, optimizing the power distribution, and optimization of the pipe gas which is being used and consumed. So that is very important. And India is very important for India, right? We talk in terms of we are going to be third largest country of the world, and the potentially third largest economy when we talk. We need a world-class infrastructure, particularly sustainable cities, and that is important. That how can we convert our cities into the sustainable or a smart city? So that is very, very important for the future. So environmental sustainability, already we have discussed this, right? Living standards are to be improved, right? So economy of every citizen is to be improved. Energy shortage can be solved, right? Increasing the supply, and several other environmental sustainability, social development, ESG, all these things are very, very important when you talk, right? Lack of access of energy when you talk about, right? That increase the poverty, ill health, unemployment. So it means this is a very, very important that we provide the food, water and energy to every citizen of the country and the globe. So that is important. So that is the nexus which is to be balanced and solved optimized. And this is where we talk the artificial intelligence and developing intelligent systems, how this will be helpful for the society. We have to work on that as a team, and different groups have to come together, multi-institutes have to come together, and multi-nationals, collaboration is required. And this is what I stop myself here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thanks, Professor Manu, for covering such a breadth with sufficient depth. And certainly, I mean, he has been working in this area. One of the foremost in the West related research. Because just telling Professor Buddha that in India, the waste-related research in IT even has not picked up. Because in our mindset, we still think it's a wasted thing. Right? Probably, do you agree?
Yeah, I think
the way,
I
mean,
to think in that way.
The way other things in environment engineering, but I don't want to take your time. I mean, we have some questions for Professor Pant quickly. Yeah. Just be brief. Short question.
I don't have a question. I'd like to say that the wonderful presentation and have been solving the complete outreach of the subject. But I've studied about the negative impacts of the AI in the different field, because the positive impact, each and every will be talking about it. But there are the certain negative elements.
नेगेटिव फैक्ट तो एक मैं ये मेरे फादर इन लॉ के अकाउंट से 6 लाख रुपए निकल गए because of AI, right? Because this is a big challenge. In fact, we talk in terms of AI, and I was discussing with one of the the cyber security officers in Uttarakhand. There are a couple of villages, right? They are trained for this purpose. They are using the AI, and many times now parents are in problem because their kids are staying in the hostel. The exact photo and the sound, everything is matching. And many parents are lost 50,000. Right? So this is, I think, a big challenge, big threat when we talk about the data privacy. So yeah, so this has become a possibility for these kind of research. The AI will not have any threat, but for the outside, if you look at whatever the technology is being developed, every technology has some side effects. So we have to think how to get rid of those challenges and then move forward. Because obstacles will come in the right path. We have to find out the better solution. But this is one of the biggest threats, that the data are not secure, right? And many of our citizens, they are losing their money because of this, right? Because they talk in such a way, they trap the things, right? And they have thousands of the mobiles keeping there. I think some of you must have watched the movie Jamtara. So that is the real story in some of the parts of our country. We need to find out the solution. We have to catch these kind of so that is one of the challenges. I must accept that.
It was a very nice presentation. Only small query. At the global level, like which country is heading for this green fuel converting water into hydrogen?
See, Norway has done some work. See, in fact, many countries, they have developed some technology like CO2 capture and converting directly into fuel also. And water, seawater is desalinated. Even in India also, and our group has also worked. But purified water. And when you talk about purified water and then breaking this water into hydrogen bond, hydrogen and oxygen, so cathode material, anode material, these are very, very challenging. So cost is around 350 rupees per kg, right? And if you want to get it at around 200 rupees, 150 to 200 is reasonably good per kg of hydrogen, right? But for that you have to get the electricity at 1 rupee per unit, which is not possible, right? And people say electrolyzer should be free of cost. So these are a couple of challenges. I think if seawater directly can be converted to hydrogen, that will be good. And already R&D has been started.
Thank you.
I think we have time. So maybe during the tea we can. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so water itself is a very big challenge in front of our country. So how we are going to deal, you are talking about that we will have to convert water from water to hydrogen. So how we are going to deal with this challenge?
Yes, this is very important. That's why I said seawater, not the potable water. See, if you look at potable water availability, we have to develop zero water discharge rate method in every industry, which is not being done. Even we start from zero water, but even if it is 60% in a second, I think job is done. Right? That is very, very important. And especially for MSME, it becomes a challenge. So we are suggesting some kind of CETP in localized area. One central effluent card should be there, and treated water can be circulated back into the system. So, and important thing is that it should be provided at an economy rate, because that is challenging. And RO is not successful in that. Right? So we have to find out some low cost water treatment method which would be helpful. And again, AI will play a big role in that. So seawater is good. Otherwise, in the globe, you see 3% water is potable. Right. And out of that, 0.3 water is actually potable. And most of the citizens in the globe, if you look, they are deprived of this potable water. So we have to save water. That's very, very important.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here.
अच्छा क्या कराना है उसमें?
धन्यवाद सर, आपकी बातें हमारे लिए मार्गदर्शक सिद्ध होंगी। अब समय है एक छोटे से
भैया अभी तो यहाँ पे
चाय
IIT
अंतराल
के
का।
हैं।
आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि आप बाहर चाय का आनंद लीजिए। 4:15 पे हम दोबारा आपसे मिलेंगे।
Requesting all to be assembling here at 4:15 p.m. We'll start our next.
सच्चिदानंद त्रिपाठी जी को पुनः आमंत्रित करूंगी कि वे आएं और हमारे अगले स्पीकर का परिचय हम सभी से कराएं।
Okay, so welcome back after the tea. So again, it's a great pleasure to have Mr. Corey Glickman, who has come all the way from US, Pittsburgh, to give us some insight on how to achieve net zero, which is certainly a goal for all of us in order to make the country achieve net zero. As you know that India has committed itself to achieve net zero by 2070. And therefore, what Corey is going to talk about is certainly be very, very useful for all of us. So he is going to talk on practical sustainability, a guide to smart space innovations. Corey Glickman was a vice president at Infosys and a global expert in smart space technologies. He has over 35 years of experience in strategic design and digital transformation. He is a member of World Economic Forum Pioneer Cities Group and recognized as a thought leader. He has contributed to Harvard Business Review and was named among the 100 most influential designers of the decade. His new book, Practical Sustainability, provides a hands-on approach for businesses and governments to create smart, sustainable spaces. With actionable insight, it empowers organizations of all sizes to drive meaningful change in their operations and supply chains. So now I will request Mr. Glickman to please.
Thank you, everybody. It's usually myself being the last speaker today, just between you and some dinner or wherever your plans are tonight. I'm going to start with a few slides here and then do a little bit more formal introduction. Okay, that should work. Okay, so we'll start with some numbers, some statistics here. So I really want to talk a little bit about cities to begin with. So from the start of human history to now, less than 50% of the world's population lived in cities. So we've seen this rapid acceleration just over the last 2 decades. Right now, we're at 55% and heading to 70% by the year 2050, where the Paris Agreement deadlines are set. So we can see this growth happening. $1.5 million global urban population increases each year by people, each week. And that 1.5 million is a very interesting number to myself. I've been doing a lot of work, particularly in Africa and in Norway specifically, a lot of work in India. And in Africa, where they also have a similar population trend as we have in India here, 1.5 million has been determined to be the actual size of what a city should be. It's a lot easier to solve for that size city. Now, this is always a question of greenfield, I can build something from scratch, or I'm going back into an existing system. So how realistic that is, but as we think about solving problems, this is an important number to think about. And as we've heard over many times today, it's about GDP. And the responsibility of cities, the percentage of what it means to the world's GDP is absolutely crucial, because unless you can prove that you have ROI attached to anything related to sustainability or net zero, it will fail if it doesn't have that. So it's always important to know that, and we'll talk about that target and how it's always moving us. The other question, the other statistic that I want to leave us with on this first part, is that urban populations consume almost 80% of the world's global primary energy. So, and they generate 70% of carbon emissions as a result of that. So we will talk about, as you've heard, a lot of reinforcing or continuous discussions of what we've heard on the earlier discussions, particularly with AI. One of the things that I'll go a little bit deeper into is physical AI and what the impacts are. And we really didn't mention too much that every time somebody decides to use ChatGPT, I think that it's 10 times the amount of carbon that's released as if they're just doing a search on Google normally. Does anybody know the leading country that uses ChatGPT by a wide margin?
India?
Yes. You have some energy and some water problems too, right? You have to cool them down. Okay, so who is this joker standing up here? It was a great introduction, I appreciate it. Maybe you've heard a little bit about me, probably not likely. I'll tell you two things about myself. I describe myself as a systems designer. I have a background in physics. I have a background in design. I think design is harder than physics. Design, by definition, is really how can I assemble or create components and organize them in a way that can get a desired outcome. So those can be physical components, they can be economic components, they can be cultural components, they can be putting a city together, they can be taking technical debt out of something. These are often the things that I'm asked to do. The other thing that I'll tell you about myself is I'm an optimist. Not because I have to be an optimist about this. I am an optimist, and I do believe that this can be solved. And we'll talk about some of this across here. But I'm also a practical optimist, which means that you don't have to get it 100% right in order to say, then I can start it. There was a very famous general that you probably heard the name of Colin Powell within the United States, who done a lot of work for the military, and he had a rule that said any idea or concept that you were going to take, no matter how good it sounded, if it was under a 40% chance of achievement, don't even waste your time on it, no matter how good an idea what the promise was, because it was never going to happen. And then there was also a point that as you start to break down a problem and solve for it, you don't need to know 100% of the answer. Somewhere between 40% and 70% is this zone that says you should do it or not do it, and you can make those decisions. But say you're going to do it once, and you're back gathering your evidence and putting your plans in place. After 70%, you're kind of wasting your time. You've already made that decision, and you have to learn more as you go along. So that's being a practical optimist. So when I look at solving problems, I want to get in that zone here. So, purpose of this keynote in particular is really, one, is to provide a comprehensive understanding of what exactly is a net zero environment, because it's one of those definitions with all the SDGs and requirements. It means different things to different cities, to different environments, to different cultures. We'll discuss the benefits and challenges, of course. We'll talk about India being a lighthouse, and I believe a solution factory. I think to do this properly, it's just not solving it for your cities, our cities, because I would consider myself part of this. How do we export that out as an economy to the rest of the world? I think the rest of the world, there's questions going on right now about how important this is, and I think this is a great opportunity for India to lead. And how do we scale across this and beyond? And there's a definition here of net zero in the built environment, and it's about the ideas of human settlement and the living environment, the natural environment, which goes back to that earlier statement made today that technology didn't start 200 years ago. It started way before then, and a lot of it started here. And a lot of it is based on understanding of what natural engineering is. We'll talk about that too. Community lifestyles, which is very much about culture and regionalism even within a country. And ultimately about community preferences. No matter how much you expend in costs and investment, or that you expend in efforts of building, if you cannot drive adoption or have it accepted, then something has to be fixed, right? It's got to be measurable across here, and we'll talk about how that works too. So, as Dr. Chhatrapati explained, I have been at Infosys for 8 years. In my last 3-4 years, I have taken on the role of heading up the sustainability design team. And I had two goals. One was getting it across the finish line. Because my role, as I explained as a designer, as a systems designer, would look at 3 variables across many aspects. And those 3 variables were, is technology feasible? Is the economics viable? And will anybody desire to use this once you've gone through this system here? And whether you're applying for a 0 to 1 event of inventing something, or whether you're piloting it to prove that it actually will hold up, and then scaling. So all 3 have different components as you go across here. And that's part of making up what we would have to get to double materiality. And I'll go deeper into that in just a second here. But what I can tell you, when you go through those events, looking to prove those 3 points, no matter what phase you're in, you're going to quickly realize you didn't plan for enough resources, you didn't plan for enough money, and you're going to have to adjust the design in order to account for what's changed. And that's actually a very healthy thing, because that means you'll sharpen the design to decide what is needed, what is working, what's reactive across there. And if the idea or the investment does not survive that very early on, then the idea was not strong enough. And so that's also good to learn very early about the pivot. So what you see here in 2002 was, well, the Mysore campus was looking like there was nothing there for Infosys. By 2017, there's a large structure, there's a net neutral area across here, and we'll tell you how it came about. The story that we would talk about from a case study, we'd say, what were the keys to your success? So the keys to the success had to do with energy efficiency. How do I make buildings that actually get everything out of across there? How do I deal with renewable energy? And also, how do I deal with carbon offsets? Then the real story between us that really drives this is this. Understanding double materiality. So the impact of what you're doing and the financials of what you're doing. In this particular case, when there was a clear need that Infosys had to grow, it was growing its business, it needed to be able to recruit the workforces and create the working environments, that's a need. There's budget set aside for that. If you have to put up new buildings, and you have to secure your energy source, and you have to secure your water, and you have to deal with your waste, and you have to transform the land, the budgets are there, and you therefore have your impact mission, and you have your definition of your financial mission. The question that happens afterwards is, once you've solved that, something changes. Because no longer building a campus is your financial obligation. It's now commercializing it, in this case for Infosys, to say, how do I make the rest of my business even larger? And perhaps I can take all the science and all these great things that I've done and also commercialize those too. Those become a challenge because it's no longer a planned cost center. It's now a cost center you don't want to have. It's supposed to become a profit center. And the reason I relate this is that I believe anything to do with a net zero city is going to have a similar kind of challenge. That as we solve for one part, the goals will change and you'll have to have mechanisms in place to adjust with that coming across there. The idea of scaling. So this is a picture of once we solved it at Mysore. As a commercial aspect, my other role was to say, how do we commercialize this? We quickly spread it to other offices around the world. Other campuses that we had, they had different solutions and different needs. One of the big needs was the fact there were challenges with that when you do work in India and we're building our own tech campuses, we have a lot of control. When you're doing work in the Netherlands and you don't own the building, you're just part of the building. It has a completely different definition of how much control do you have over a net zero scenario. You also are already doing businesses around the world. So your partners are JCI, your partners are certain governments, and you already have relationships of delivering certain types of technology. So perhaps you're re-engineering technology, or perhaps you're using technology solutions that are coming from partners because that's good business. So we're building our policies around that. We're dealing with different regulatory across there. So there's a bigger challenge that starts to happen. net, what ultimately took place, I would say we were net neutral and are net neutral, though I'm not part of it anymore. I left 18 months ago. And why that came about was this. We achieved 45% of the truly cleaning up water, cleaning up our energy needs and making this work. The rest we had to fill with carbon offsets. And we decided, rightfully so, to use CSR programs versus purchasing carbon credits or trading for carbon credits. And two reasons for that. One is the ability to help the communities around you. But secondly, it gives you a controlled price point. When you do a CSR program, you know how much money you're putting in, you have an expectation if you're running your program properly across there of what is the return, both socially and investment-wise. When you rely on carbon credits, it is a fluctuating market you have no control over. And if you're a CFO of a company, it's very, very difficult to constantly balance those books or to deal with those changes. It's a world unto its own. So we're going to switch this up now into why it's a new game today. That was done back in 2017. We did our things in 2020. So now we're going to talk about what's going on now and why. So as we looked at PM Modi's 5 large goals for India and what the expectations and the timing are, we know that they're ambitious. We know that the key to this program and others is this idea of your educational institutions forming public-private partnerships, relationships, and collaborations are key. And we need to understand India's problem statements and resources. They can be a model and a catalyst to test and to scale solutions so that people will go with this and adopt it. So these are the key aspects that we have to work on. So first thing to understand, the previous speaker spoke about cities in particular. I took a quick view of what goes on with countries, is for the shared population, the GDP cost per capita. It's very important to understand that relationship when we talk about cities and keeping that viable. And you can see where India sits kind of in this chart in size. And we heard earlier today that there are different sized cities. So one of the classifications would be the 3. So you can have your metropolises, you have your mid-tier cities, and you have your emerging cities. And once again, where we look where India is across there, it certainly has some of the most highly populated cities, but where the new population goes across, as we build 100 more cities, 1,000 more cities, what level should they fit in? My best guess is saying it's probably mid-tier cities, make more sense to set up. I think emerging cities will be a pathway towards there. Some more statistics here, very briefly. The shift that we can see over time from urban going to urban. So the bottom line represents rural, and you can see that's going to start curving down. And of course, as we all know, we'll see an increase of what's happening on the urban side. And as we look at the growing population and urbanization, the demand for sustainable solutions is why we're here today, and what a lot of these programs are set up for. So the question I have is, how viable are net zero campuses and built environments and cities coming across, and the mechanisms in order to take that path to get there? So let's talk about the investments and get this out of the way here. So to date, there's been a $32 trillion number put out there. And we have to look at it at a global level. It's very much like COVID. It does not help that one part of the world solves for COVID, but those resources don't happen globally because we never solve for it. The same thing around sustainability and net zero. It will never be completely there, but it has to be mostly there across the world. So we look at these global numbers, and we start looking at those investments across there. It's significant investments over the last 2 decades that have taken place. We can see that 50% of those investments are electricity, 17% are transport. So those are things we constantly hear about through here. We know that buildings themselves are almost the same size as transport. So as we take this into this next level, how is India doing compared to other areas when it comes to the investments that have been made? So today, China, by far, has made the largest investment. The US, up until perhaps 20 days ago or 3 days ago, however I want to look at it, we'll see that investment changed. So these numbers were based off of underneath the previous administration with the IRA and the CHIPS program enactments. I won't even hazard to guess how things will change, but my experience tells me again that money, people have the ability to spend money that will still be spent. It's just a matter of what is it spent on. So we'll see how that shifts across here. But I think it's interesting where India sits right now. I also pulled up some areas of how do we look at the abatement targets. So if we do this right, we can see up to 70% savings on annual energy spend. First, you have to have the energy to make the savings on, but that's the goal that everybody sees coming across here globally. That is a significant carbon abatement that has to take place for that to do, but that's the opportunity. And to be able to balance the energy generation with purchase agreements, because you can't always generate your own energy, therefore you make agreements with others that can generate that energy, and you can get the credits for that coming across there. And to reduce the emissions is really targeted by 2030. We're 5 years away, according to this chart. There's a lot of work to be done, but this is where we go, and you can see by colors of where it will take place. And by far the largest is electricity and heat out of these chunks. So we do talk about the built environment being a huge emitter, 39%, but when it comes to reducing those emissions, it's a small stream through here. So we have to look at all these other elements coming across here. The other area that I wanted to bring out was the idea of renewable energy is growing. You can see by geographical regions where it's growing the most. And what I've got highlighted here is Asia and Oceania is where their levels, that's that green stripe. But as we all know, there's a big debate about is the global north, as a category, going to subsidize the global south? Will that become a priority? In fact, it's been shrinking, right? And sentiments have been going that direction. So I believe it's possible, but we have to figure out a way to make that viable, make it something that we want to have. And then the last part on this part of the section, really here, so where does India sit currently in all these ways? You're currently in policy documentation. So there's a lot of documentation, a lot of great policy discussions going on here, but you're not in the achieved box, you're not in the pledged box yet, and it's not law yet. So we've got policy, but we need to get more in law, and we need to move down the path here. And because we are so far at a point where cities need to be looked at or be built, it's good timing, actually. Okay, now it's just become even harder. There's new challenges, which ultimately is new opportunities. Part of this whole discussion is around the impact of AI. You've heard lots about it today. Won't spend much time in this except to say it's got to be integrated into your infrastructure. The current trend globally is to place your energy where your need is. So if you have a data center, your energy should be by your data center. It should not be ported into somewhere else. That's the current thinking. And we know that these centers themselves are the leading causes of emissions, even more so. So big question about where does the energy come from and how does the cooling take place? Because if you're cooling it and you're using water that should be used for something else, who gets the rights to this? And that's just not a hypothetical question. There's a lot of things going on in the United States right now that actually talks about the passes for companies that use AI will not have to pay taxes and get first right on energy, even if it means blacking out a neighborhood of having energy, in order to accelerate the growth of AI for business. So there's a lot of questions that are taking place here. So water and energy are absolutely key, and that's why we see this big rush in data centers. The next point, though, is I'd like to bring out is that if I make this list and I broke it down between governing, designing, and enabling, how is AI for energy transition principles? We won't read through these, but I will point out that out of the 9, one is about sustainability. I think all of these others are connected, but when they look at AI for energy transition principles, sustainability is just one of 9 things that they look at, and it may not be the priority at a given time and moment. This is the question we asked before, so you've already seen this, but you can see that India by far uses the most ChatGPT right now. But this is interesting. But when we look at where most of the data centers are, they're in the US. So India, I did the calculations, actually got 1.2% of the data centers in the world. So as we look at cities, we're going to have to look at data centers and those solutions. Does it mean putting data centers in? If we were to build today, we'd say yes. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it means somehow data centers can be located in other places, which would be great because that means you're not picking up the carbon emissions from those data centers, but you're also losing control. So these would be one of the things to look at, but this is where we are right now. Second challenge, did not hear a lot about this today, the idea of physical agents and physical AI. So we know robotics exists. I'm from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is the center where Carnegie Mellon is, so we have lots of AI. We have lots of robotics because we had a huge steel industry. We have additive manufacturing. So this is something we live with every day. We have autonomous cars. And Pittsburgh's a very green city, by the way, now. But we have a lot of robots doing a lot of the jobs there at this point. And understanding energy, water, and waste management monitoring changes as you have a population of robots. You have different kinds of waste that are coming across there. You have different kinds of heating requirements. You have different labor costs. There's all of these very interesting things taking place. And there's a huge amount of opportunity here. I know that Elon Musk has said it's a $10 trillion market for him to start building Optimus robots out of his Tesla plants. And we know what China's doing right now. So the reality is robots there. And then what I'd like to call about this picture, how many humans are in this picture?
One.
Yeah, I've got 4 robots, and I've got something that says AI agent over there. There could be millions of AI agents, right? But I still have a human there. It's interesting how this turns out. And this is very important when we talk about this particular case with us in India here. So when we look at Modi's discussion of what the goals are set, and I also start to look at, we see population shrinkflation taking place in countries like China, in Japan, starting in the US, this ability of what does the workforce look like in the future? You need to understand that because as you design your next set of cities, how many people are going to be in the cities? How will they use the cities? What happens when part of your workforce, the majority of the workforce, is robotic and AI agent labor? What happens with remote work? You have this opportunity to figure out a built environment to address these where places like the United States and China actually don't. They've already built their cities. They have to go back and retrofit. And you're going to have to retrofit some cities, but you have an opportunity to create that next generation of cities, and you have the opportunity to export that technology outwards to solve. So that's where I think there's a huge thing. The other thing that you have to look at is this. How many of you are 30 years old or younger? Raise your hand. You're going to be doing this for the rest of your life. This has to be solved in 39 years. How many of you have children or a brother or sister who are in that age group? They're going to be solving this also, right? So it's 39 years to figure this out. We're going to go through several cycles. It's probably 2 generations, and it's got to be solved. One of the questions that comes up is universal basic income, right? So if you have people not being as employed in the normal ways that they have been to date, they still need to have some kind of income to subsist. So experiments have been going on for a while around the world of how does that look like and how much a percentage would be. I read the Indian Times yesterday. I was at the airport and saw the idea of a corporate tax, perhaps, based off of automation that companies might be addressing. So this is another piece that has to be solved for within the system here. Because by logic, India's economy right now it's about consumption, right? Which puts you in a very powerful place because people need a place to put their goods to, and someone has to be able to purchase it. But if people don't have the income, disposable income to buy goods, then what are the robots or these other economies building for? Because they can't put their markets out, the places out, and the same thing for Europe. So this is a very interesting concept. And this is probably the most important slide that I would put across here of the whole presentation. So when we look at the state of investments in technology by country, the US and China by far lead. China is definitely investing in, they've dominated in manufacturing. They have certainly dominated in solar, 85% of the market right now. Very difficult to go into solar because of that. EVs, getting there. And they're betting on physical AI because they have a shrinking population. The US is betting on data centers, and they're betting on SMRs, small modular reactors, nuclear. It's an existing technology. It's just probably within 10 years it'll become more commonplace. All the major big players that have data centers, the Googles and the Microsofts and the Metas, are all investing in nuclear power right now, and that's where I think the US will be heading. I believe that India is betting on the built environment. This problem we have to solve. The people and the physical AI. Your engineering background, the ability for you to start today, what you see is across there. So these are the big bets that you have. So, where's India's superpower? I believe it's in nature-based engineering. It's understanding that nature solves a lot of things on its own. It needs some help, it needs technology. It's also the mission-driven resources that you have, whether that's people, whether it's government, whether that's partnerships and contracts. You have the growing population right now. You will not have a growing population after 2060, by the way. You're going to start to change too. It's showing on the statistics. So as you think and build about this, you'll be addressing both sides of it. Part of the world has to address for a shrinking population. You have to address the growing population and the shrinking population at the same time. So the things that you do for others are things that you can use for later on for yourself and get the best of it. So I think there's an amazing opportunity. This circle is extremely important. This was developed by Dr. Rashmi Singh at Berkeley. I worked with her for 8 years in China on what's called the Impel Project, and then multiple years at Berkeley in the US. And this was about the built environment. We talked about really 4 aspects. We call them 3Ds and 1R. So the first is to decarbonize. What you do has to decarbonize. Secondly, you need to democratize. You have to have the ability that it just doesn't happen with a few. It happens, by the whole society or the implementers across there. And the way you enable that is through visualization. That's the third D. Visualization 10 years ago would have been a digital backbone, digital transformation. Maybe 5 years ago you'd say digital twins. Not that any of this is out of the way. Now we would say it's AI. We might say it's quantum computing next year. You could be talking about that in the conference. It could be your next center. But it's those things. But once again, without the remonetization point, it won't stick. So we always have to think that goes along with it. It goes back to that double materiality. So no matter what your impact measurement is, unless you have that financial measurement making sense also, it's very hard to make it resilient and to be sustainable. This is a chart that you'd be working with right now. Circles are small here, but it breaks down into 3 areas. So what's your foundational activities, what's your governance activities, and what's your citizen-facing services? And these are things that can all be implemented today. They were implemented 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they were implemented differently. Maybe not at 100%, maybe at 50% or 30%. But these are all known factors that you can do. And the question I would put to you is, how does AI and things beyond AI can improve each of these areas? Maybe there'll be some taken off or some added, but this is a great starting list to say, if I were to start a net zero campus here, these are the areas that I would be targeting to make sure I have the research, to make sure I can implement across here. And these are proven. We go back to the global economy discussion. So the projected global economy for India is going to be huge by 2050. This is not even accounting for whether we hit net zero or not with the cities. This is already the projections. Of course, to have a growing economy, you have to have the population, you have to be able to make these adjustments. And it kind of goes back to the emphasis discussion that says, if I have to build it anyway, why not build it as a net zero solution? Because I'm going to put that money into these investments anyway. So there's your justification for part of your double materiality question. I also thought this is very interesting also. We looked at future of work. There's many ways to look at it. You can say it's remote, you can say it's hybrid, you can say it's in person, they're farming, they're manufacturing, they're programming, all these things. But when we look specifically from what the World Economic Forum says, if I broke it into two areas, one has to do with jobs that will deal with green transition, and that total bar would equal 100%. So this talks about change of jobs, and it's only like 2% of jobs will go away, is what they think. The other set of jobs has to deal with climate change adoption. So there's actually more work to be done in adoption versus building, or at least almost 50% equal. So we cannot just think of this as a technology alone solution. It is a partnership in the ability for the culture to come across here. And examples of jobs, we all know them. I just wanted to point that out. The other thing to talk about is how do we think AI is going to impact jobs? India believes close to 60% of all jobs will be impacted by AI. It's a pretty high number. So you have a growing population and all those jobs will be impacted, 60% will be impacted by AI. And I would say many of them will be impacted by physical AI. So something else for us to look at and to take advantage of. It's something we're going to have to deal with. China's the most optimistic about creating jobs, AI jobs. China leads in AI academic research right now. U.S. excels in turning AI research into products. So there's your competition. Last part of this, how I think we recommend. So what I'm saying is we need to add an A to ESG. E, of course, is the environmental impact. Don't need to go over these bullet points. You all know about this. You're all here. You're experts at this. Social impact. This is a hard question, right? Hopefully some of the points that I quickly pointed out, I could talk about this for weeks. I'm trying to do it in 45 minutes, and I can talk a lot. There's obviously questions that have to be done. Equal amount of research has to be looked at from the social perspective, and it cannot be done in a silo. There should be community members sitting on these chairs right now, right, and others through here, and that has to happen in the future. The AI and automation impact. I believe that there has to be, along with ESG, now accountability and measurement in every point possible across here, and there's a great opportunity for this to take place. It has to happen. You have to be able to measure that impact, whether it's negative or positive. Those value realization markers have to be pulled across here. And we need to understand that. The most obvious one is putting in a data center. What does that mean to the grid? Who gets preference over power? Who's going to get the water rights? How is it going to work across? But there's so many other complex areas that we have to look at. We can't get so discouraged by the size of it. We have to look at it and break, like any complex problem, into smaller pieces that can be worked on, tried, and solved. And then, of course, governance. And that really is depending on country, depends on global components. However, I would say that we see global standards change. We've heard that today, whether it's the banks or people leaving the Paris Agreement or other areas. It still has to get done. It's really up to you as individuals and up to your communities and your country to do this. You should do it anyway, I guess is what I'm saying, if you're going to go through building anyhow. So we really need to have a set, and this is a standard menu, and other people have talked about this today, but these would be the 5 steps to do something here, to go through this. This is the part that I'm excited about. So how many of you have been involved in living labs? It's a concept that's been around for a while. Oh, good, then this will be fun. Actually, it will be. So a living lab is where you are able to create and test hypotheses, and you're able to form teams of technology, research, community, business partners, government partners, and you put them in an accelerated environment, into a lab, and you solve for certain problems. I want to solve for this. I want to get done in 6 weeks to understand those 3 questions. Feasibility, viability, and desirability, for instance, or the economic impact. And I want to do this in an environment that's actual and real. So how do I go not just to research, but research to application in a 6 to 8 week accelerated cycle to see does it deserve to go and get scaled, or where's my investment going to take place? And VC starts to work in this and other aspects, but living lab models are great in order to do this. And you create a hub and spoke model. first hub is here. It's your COE. You create it here, and then you have spokes with other universities or other corporations or inside of India and even outside of India. And you all learn because you start with that networking effect taking place here. And then you have to figure out how do I scale which solutions go forward to come across here. And then you want to export globally. As you solve it, you get the rights to it, and you start to build your businesses. You start to create that economy in that direction. Think of it just doing hackathons for like 6 weeks straight and having naked teams and doing your research and taking your research and applying it to actual product. So the areas, of course, that we should look at is the systems and energy problem statements. This is just illustrative. Of course, here, as your research that you're currently doing or research that you choose to do in order to solve for net zero, this would be one example. Another one would be water statement problems. You know, that's a big issue. So having this ability to look at these kinds of areas and this ability to waste, I could add air pollution to this. I could add 5 other things onto this. You would have to decide what you want in your portfolio of ideas to run through your labs here. I can help set that up. I recently did this with Oxford last year. They had existing labs that looked at sustainability, but they did not look at human rights. So we added that control in there. And we went from 1,500 universities aligned to 5,000 universities in 1 year to participate in those programs. And just exponentially, the IP you can imagine went across. And it's what they're putting a 7-year commitment across. So this, I believe, is the mechanism in order to roll out the ideas across here. Because what really has to happen is a combination of technology, adoption readiness, and also adoption readiness level. So what I mean by that is this. We're all very good at saying is the technology ready to go, but have we tested, is the adoption ready? And I just came out of a program with Berkeley, 4 years of it. 3.5 years we were doing technology readiness. We were using national labs. We had events like this. We came out with 6 companies, very good companies to come across. And in the last 6 months, adoption readiness suddenly came on the radar because they suddenly realized the funding could get pulled, that they were going to come under scrutiny with the change of administration saying, so how much money have you put into this? What is it really doing? Does it meet government standards? Is it serving populations? And they had to answer all those questions, and they realized they didn't talk to the community enough. So having a place of landing and adoption is absolutely key. So let's start with that in both of these areas here. And maybe we're already doing it. I don't know enough yet about the school. It's my first time really interacting across here. But this ability to test and scale across here is absolutely through here. And I believe that, once again, your superpower is nature-based engineering, infrastructure. That approach ensures practical adoption. What we can do with what's given to us, and what we can do that we have a growing population, what we can do with our technology expertise, what we can do with our governments and communities, and the coalitions that we see forming in this room right here. And it's why I'm here today. I got on the plane right away when I heard about these opportunities. So this is absolutely key. And then, of course, how do you scale it out? When I look at the problem statement, as I was invited here, and I would have to validate it for myself, but I believe there's tremendous research. I believe that there's some great technology breakthroughs, but I don't think there's enough product conversion, honestly. A lot more research has to become real product, and it has to go out into the world here. I think built environment is the perfect platform for you, combined with the fact that you're using a lot of AI, but you don't have the stress of the centers being here, though you might have to have centers coming here with energy and all these other areas. But we can figure that we can still use borrowed, you can still use the Amazon servers to solve for the beginning. And then determine how much you actually do need. Maybe the technology will change in a year or two, so let's not pick up additional carbon along this path if we don't have to. Then I believe that your consumerism, as you're growing your economy, is huge. Because once again, these countries that are making these massive investments in their infrastructure to produce data, to produce products, to change their economies are shrinking. And people have high prices right now. And they can't afford to buy the products that might be produced. And if you're a consumer growing population, then guess what? They're going to probably make you very good deals in order to say this is the market I have to go to. And that gives you huge leverage. And there's a history of that for thousands of years if that's how it works. So I believe that's part of the solution. So you already have campuses, agreements. There are artifacts that these labs should be putting out there in order to scale. And this is once again where academia takes a lead in partnership with world organizations around policy, but majority of this is science that comes across here. So with that, that is the 45 minutes. I'd be happy to take questions. This is a great quote here. I heard you have your first ice hockey team. I come from a place that plays ice hockey. Very famous Wayne Gretzky saying was that you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So you got to take some shots or you're going to miss anyway. Thanks.
Okay, great talk, very amazing. Yeah, please some questions. It's the last talk, so we can take it to yeah.
It was really very insightful, very good presentation. One thing is coming to my mind after seeing this, like, as you know, when we are writing a prompt in ChatGPT, and it's a great impact on the energy consumption. So when we are talking about AI for subject like for optimizing the energy consumption, we are also somewhere, I don't know, is there any study where what is the impact of AI, use of AI in terms of energy consumption?
It's a study that needs to take place, but if we think about your question deeply, is that's a secondary thought right now. The thought right now is, how quickly can I get chips and data centers? How can I get power into those centers? And the question that you have will probably be looked at 2 or 3 years from now, if on a lot of people's agenda. It doesn't mean it has to be on this agenda. But the fact is, when we talk about hydrogen or solar powering, it's not reliable. That's why we're seeing nuclear. This is why we're seeing other forms of electricity. It's a nice to have, but you have to say, is it a must-have at this point? I believe it's a must-have, certainly by the end of the decade. But for the next 2 or 3 years, I don't know how much of that question or money or support's going to actually do. That's just my honest opinion. It's my opinion. I see.
Science and Technology, Chennai. So my question is about green AI. So there's this term green AI. So what I understand subtly from your message is that we need to use AI to create the green version of the AI, strategize the AI. So when do we actually attain true net zero, considering the fact that only when we factor in the carbon footprint of the AI, and use green AI, that's when we truly achieve it. But we need to use AI to get the green version. So where do you see that we achieve true net zero?
Okay, so I think there's 2 questions in that. And so the first question about the green AI. Think of how AI is being developed. And it was in big news last week, right? Is it large language models or small language models? Is it open source or is it going to be by the big players? So the big players' first agenda, at least what I see on the western side of the world, where I am in the west, it's very much about large language models, large data centers, lots of chips, a whole economy there. $1 trillion economy you see there. The idea of open source, what we're seeing in China with the manufacturing component and modular thinking, perhaps it can be done with less centers and with less writing and code, more smaller language models. But what about those models have in common? Whoever writes those language models is controlling how those models work. So I don't completely trust the idea that AI is going to tell us how to do green AI, unless you create the language model for it to do so. Because it could say that this priority supersedes this. Cybersecurity, cryptocurrency working, the ability to have my GDP grow, it will have a factor of green in it, but it may not be as a priority as you might say. So this is where I think other countries or other continents, except for Africa, are maybe not so concerned with cities and population growth. They're having trouble, 20% occupancy in cities right now, so why am I going to fix this? Here we have the other issue. We need to build cities, or we need to figure out what's going on here. And I believe those other countries eventually are going to need it. So while they're focusing on this other stuff, You take advantage of it, you use their services, you do the trades, you develop it here, and then you get to export that out later. And suddenly, India repeats a model that the rest of the world is depending on you to supply the talent, the research, at a cost that they can use, and an easy solution because they haven't had to spend the money on it. Let them spend the money developing out the data centers. You start working on the environments and think about your language models.
Last question.
To supplement what is asked about artificial intelligence, we understand that AI plays a very important role in prediction, like what will be the requirement for the future, and that will help. And talking about your net zero, I think there are a lot of challenges, though it appears to be very simple. The solution should be complemented by many other domains, only then we'll be able to achieve that. It's not like only the environment that can impact on it. All other domains should be complementing the solution, right?
I think you're absolutely right. This is why I go back to why I was saying a systems designer. My background is actually in physics, and I didn't use physics as much, and yours is also. In the last 20, 30 years doing other transformations, suddenly all my physics has to come back to me as I look at these issues. I think what is really important is this. I believe the target is going to continually shift what net zero means, and how close do you have to get to net zero? We were talking in a conversation before about emphasis. Originally had this goal saying I'm going to build campuses because I need energy and water to increase my workforce in order to supply it, and I might as well do good with the impact on it. Once that was achieved, then the target of impact changes. As you build these cities and your population changes, you're looking probably 2 generations across here, whereas you start to revamp your cities, your goals, I would say, it's better to set short goals, say, I accomplish this in 5 years, or in 4 years towards that goal, and I make sure I'm always looking to say, what do those next 4 years look like? What's the next thing? And they might impact what measurement might change. Suddenly air, if I solve for air, maybe water is more important now. Or maybe the idea that half my workforce doesn't need to have air conditioning because it's robotics, and that changes my formula. So I think having a constantly moving target is very much like microservices. Small pieces, modular is how we should be thinking, and therefore it's continuous learning, and I think that will also allow for the population to participate. Nobody likes to be told, here's this giant solution, live with it, right?
Okay.
Thanks.
धन्यवाद सर। कार्यक्रम के अंतिम चरणों में मैं अब छत्रपति शाहू जी महाराज विश्वविद्यालय से डॉक्टर हर्षित को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी उनकी अंतिम टिप्पणी के लिए। डॉक्टर हर्षित मिश्रा।
It's an absolute honor to stand before you at the close of what has been truly inspiring and insightful day one of the National Conference of Innovative AI Solutions for Sustainable Cities. Today we have witnessed the remarkable confluence of the expertise, innovation, and collaboration as we delve into the transformative potential of AI in shaping sustainable, resilient, and livable urban space. The visionary thoughts have illuminated the path forward in integrating artificial intelligence and sustainability into various domains. To start with, Mr. Satish Mahana emphasized the philosophy of think globally, act locally, highlight the need for AI solutions to be implemented effectively at the grassroots level. His insight into AI role in managing large-scale events like the Kumbh Mela showcased its transformative potential. Our first keynote speaker, Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman of National Board of Accreditation, delivered a thought-provoking address on AI role in data analytics and predictive modeling to improve living conditions. His insights on sustainability emphasize reduce, reuse, and recycle as guiding principles across all levels of society, from families to to legislative bodies. Additionally, AI-powered counseling services and digital repositories were recognized as a key tools for improving citizen engagement and policy making. Our second keynote speaker, Mr. Chhatrapati, Head of Sustainability at Kotak Mahindra Bank, shed light on sustainability in the financial sector. He elaborated the impact of green deposits, green bonds, and green assets books in promoting sustainable investment. Moreover, his discussion on gender diversity, digital banking and innovation, and financial inclusion reinforced the importance of sustainability in banking, governance, and operation. Ms. NRI talked about Viksit Bharat at 2047, making India a developed nation by 2047, aiming for carbon neutral cities with increased green cover, planning devoid of an economic vision and regional approach, making city as a growth hub. She talked about Surat economic region, how urbanization can take place with effective planning. Professor K.K. Pant, Director IIT Roorkee, enlightened about global waste management through AI, recyclable robots, smart waste bin, especially how biomass can generate electricity. India's third largest energy commission country in the world, accelerating CO2 utilization for R&D, how hydrogen is answer for meeting stringent environmental normal, importance of circular economy. Mr. Gauri Gitman, Vice President Sustainability and Design, founder Gitman Lab, spoke about the case studies, particularly the Infosys case studies, and also highlight the various aspects that we as a country we need to work on. He also presented the case study, the model net zero model can be scalable to other places around the world. One of the important points he emphasized the three components to build a sustainable and scalable model is technology, the right technology that we have to choose. Second, the economic feasibility and the people adaptation. That is three parts is very important to make a sustainable and scalable models. With the first day concluding on the engaging and insightful note, the conference now moves to Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University on February 4th, where discussion will continue further exploring AI transformating impact on sustainable cities. On behalf of Kotak School of Sustainability, IIT Kanpur, Association of Indian Universities, and Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj University Kanpur, I extend my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insights, our dedicated organization committee for making this event seamless, and of course all of you, the participants who engagement and thought-provoking discussion have made today a great success. As we look forward to day 2, let us continue the momentum, pushing the boundaries of innovation and ensuring that technology serves humanity in the most sustainable and ethical way. Thank you all, and see you tomorrow for another enriching day of discussion and great thoughts. Thank you so much.
Dhanyavad, sir. Sustainability is not an option. It is the only way forward for a thriving civilization. स्वर्गीय रतन टाटा जी की इन अंतिम पंक्तियों के साथ मैं आप सभी वक्ताओं, प्रतिभागियों, आयोजकों का हृदय से धन्यवाद करती हूँ। भविष्य में हम और भी गहन चर्चाओं और नए विचारों के साथ पुनः उपस्थित होंगे। धन्यवाद।
There's an announcement here whose participants are going to the university. There's a bus waiting outside. Please proceed there.
Aquí भैया